Yeah, because me and Brad set it up, it was just custom line. It was none of this.
I think it's somebody else set mine up because I've always had to do it.
Now we're good custom line.
We all right? All right, everyone, we're gonna get started. Welcome to the September 26th, 2024 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slamberg. I'll be your chairwoman. Fellow board members present this evening are Bill Turner, Julia Martin, and Laura Altman. City staff present are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, Travis Scally, Senior Preservation Planner, and Rachel Ford, Preservation Planner. The order of tonight's meeting will be as follows. For each application, we'll hear an introduction and overview of the project from city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. The applicant will have a 10-minute period of time to present their project, and please approach the podium and state your name first and last for the record. And anyone speaking on behalf of the project, this would be owners, designers, consultants, should speak during this 10-minute period versus during public comment. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so on the heels of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by public comment. If written public comments were timely submitted, they've been provided to the board for review in advance of the meeting. If you are speaking as a member of the public, please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. And when I do, you'll approach the podium, state your name first and last for the record. And also, if you live nearby, please state your address as well. Once we've heard from public comment, from the public, we'll hear city staff comments and recommendations on each application. And then the applicant, once we've heard from the public and the city staff, they'll have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised during public comment or during the city's staff comments and recommendations. Once the applicant response period has concluded, we'll move into board discussion and a vote. Results will be posted online on the city's website. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Agenda item B3, 175 Peachtree Street. Please turn off your cell phones. And if there are students present, welcome. Once you've stayed for the allotted period of time, you can approach Rachel or Travis over here and they can fill out any paperwork that you need. And please understand that the purview of this board is architecture only. So comments related to zoning, livability, stormwater, anything like that are not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. All right, we'll get started. Agenda item A1 is review of the minutes from the September 12th, 2024 meeting. I make a motion to approve with the amendments that I circulated to the board and Frankie this afternoon. Do I have a second to my motion?
I'll second.
Bill, put the motion to a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Hearing none opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item B1 is 141 East Bay Street. And before we begin on this one, I do just want to make a comment, once again, repeating the end of my speech I just gave, that the purview of this board is architecture only. So understand that any decision rendered here tonight does not vest any rights in the project with respect to zoning because our purview is design only. So please keep that in mind during the presentation and during any public comment. All right, Frankie.
You can take. 141 East Bay Street is in French Quarter, Council District 8. It is a category 1 in the Old Historic District. They are requesting conceptual approval for a new addition to existing structure and a new accessory structure. This is the property's location on East Bay Street. Some existing site photos. Context of East Bay. And Sanborn map showing the history of this structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Well, Reg Gibson, architect. Combination folks that are doing this building here. It's category 1 building. Everybody kind of knows it's impressive, amazing building here in town. Oddly enough, I've been working on this building for 17 years when they first purchased the building. Prior to its non-use, it was a restaurant and it was a bar. The owner of the building is a long-time resident of the city and owns Anson's House and the caretaker, they'll watch what's going on in the front of the building, front facade. But one of the amazing brownstone repairs I've ever seen is taking place. Same things happening on the inside of the building. There's plaster work inside that is as fine as anywhere in the city. And as part of that renovation and the rooms that have been discovered within the building, the previous use in the building, where there were kitchens, where there was storage, where there was HVAC, all been taken out to do this restoration of the inside. So that is what is requiring the addition of the space that we're asking for in the back of the building. Is this the machine?
It should if you click it to my computer.
Pointed it at Frankie up here.
You can see the little dark gray is sort of in the middle there. That's the back of the building, and that's where we're asking for this addition. It's 680 square feet, 20 by 16 over 2 stories. I think we're in a 45 zone, but we're only choosing to go 2 stories. We've got a 4-foot parapet to hide all the HVAC and stuff. Where the building can be seen on the State Street, if you look down these 2 alleyways, you get a glimpse of how much of this building that you see. We've taken the approach that we're not doing anything that's reminiscent of the front of the building. We're adding on to a 1970s addition that was done. And we're always firm believer in using the Department of Interior guidelines. So we've reduced the height of our building. We've sort of matched the texture of the building, and it's pretty innocuous. If you look on the screen here, you can see from East Bay Street, in that one little spot, that's where you see this little building. Back of the building here, the pink is the 1970s edition. The building here you see is the building next door to us at 143 East Bay. And that building gives you an idea of the scale of our building. Our building is behind it. We're about 9 feet taller than that existing building there. Again, you see here, you see the plan in the back. The left-hand side in gray is where the addition is. This little nugget is a trash enclosure. Now, I've never quite seen one like this. But Donna doesn't like trash on the street, so she's taken the motif of the front of the building, this Sarah-Nick design, and it's for trash. She doesn't want trash outside the building. Again, we've lowered the scale of this addition. We've made it smaller in scale, smaller in height than the building we're next to. You can see in this little sketch here, its relationship to the entire building. You can see its relationship to the neighbors at the back. Again, we tried to make it small and contextual, and scale wise, it's just a diminution of the sort of party that's going along with the 1970s addition in the back. And it's just low, small, and as unobtrusive as we can make it. There was thinking about on the back side there, not having any windows, but her office is there. When she looked out her office, she wanted to see windows instead of a blank wall. The windows can be made translucent so that there's privacy for the neighbors. Again, this is from the 143 parking lot side, and you can see the scale of the building as it goes down. So we've tried to meet scale, height, and mass, and there's not much architecture on it. That's about all I say about that.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes. Know that the trash trolley is
Yes,
on a neighboring property somehow, there's,
she owns both pieces of property
Okay.
there.
all right,
And that. Yeah, she owns both pieces of property, and it was serving a twofold purpose: one for trash, and then two, if you're gonna look at something all the way across the Wells Fargo parking lot, that's sort of a interesting and nice little addition.
all right. And the historic wall at the west end, which I know is something a lot of people are concerned about, that's entirely on the neighbor's property, correct?
It is, there's the buttress for it is on Ms. Bailish's property. There's about 18 inches of a buttress that gets on there, but during construction, we're just gonna have to figure out a way to work around it. We don't want to touch the wall. It's gonna be tricky, but we think that it can be done.
Okay. Oh, and finally, you and Glenn Key's working on this together, or
Yeah.
are you now doing it and not
Yeah,
him, or okay?
we
I was
haven't,
confused.
it's RGK architect, I'm the RG and he's the GK.
Oh, wow, cool. All right, and then maybe a question for staff. I don't know if there's any way, Nikki, that you could kind of summarize the whole process of what we've seen here since something was originally proposed and eventually approved, and then it changed, and now it's kind of brand new, but I don't, does the past matter at this point for, say, Laura or
Looks like a different.
Bill or somebody, you
Well,
know?
this is a new submittal that's not related to what was approved originally by the board, what was brought back to the board after the fact, and this is a new project or a new presentation.
So view it clean
Yes. View it
without regard
clean.
for, okay. Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
My name's Elizabeth Sad. My husband Scott and I own 10th State directly behind 141 East Bay. And we would have had a lot more people here to speak. I'm on the French Quarter Neighborhood Association board, but our board meeting is actually taking place right now. But there were 20 online comments from neighbors, all asking the board to deny this. There's a couple of reasons. The first one, if it's built as it is, even at our 5-foot setback, it would be incredibly inappropriate just because of the mass and the scale and the height. It looks bulky to us, it looks unattractive. And I know you just said that we're supposed to start over, but the first submission to the bar, which was a two-story beautiful balcony with a sloped roof, and the condition that Frankie put on that was it had to be lightweight and delicate. They came back with something, they built something else without bar approval, came back for, try to get approval after the fact. And all the feedback from the bar board was it needs to be more lightweight, more delicate. You need to cut some things in the CMU wall. You need to make it look lighter. Every single person, all the neighbors, the board, the HCF, the PSC, were all against what is there now, his after the fact, because it was too big and it wasn't lightweight and delicate. So, and in the last 3 submissions that the applicant has done, not once have they come to the French Quarter Board, have they come to the neighbors, have they come to us, have they come to anyone? So basically, we keep getting blindsided by these submissions, and after we give them this feedback, we said, after he was denied, the board sent him a letter saying, can we please meet, can we cooperate, compromise? We understand, we want to get you back in business, you're doing this, but can we talk about things? We have some suggestions. Applicant never answered our email. We had to follow up. He said, we have something to discuss, we'll discuss. Then he submitted this after that, without talking to anyone. It was very upsetting for the board, for the neighbors, because this is not something that we ever thought would be back there or would be considered as being back there. Even at the 5-foot setback, it's so tall, it would be so large, so imposing. In our garden, in the Garden of 12 State, the neighbors who are also now involved in this, it would block out light, it would block out sun, it would block out our view of the sky. If I stood at my kitchen window, there goes I don't see the sky. That's even with a 5-foot setback. And I don't have that technically a study. The neighbor has done a sun study on it. It would block light and sun from his garden, definitely at 12 State. So we try to cooperate, we try to do things. Nobody has ever talked to us. And so they come back with this giant thing shoved pretty rudely against our historic garden wall. And that's something else I wanted to bring up because you did, and it was brought up at the last meeting. The Historic Charleston Foundation has an easement on that garden wall. And at the April 25th meeting, they asked the board to make a motion to compel the applicant to engage an engineer, to evaluate it, how much damage has been done, what it will take to stabilize it permanently. Because what happened was before construction started around December of 2023, you saw some of those pictures. The applicant put up some kind of haphazard wooden structure supports without our permission, without our knowledge, without Historic Charleston Foundations. They drilled large steel bolts into that brick wall from behind. Then they proceeded to dig under and behind it. And at the April 25th meeting, and this is all on record, Glenn was asked about it, and he said that we had a meeting with him, and at the meeting, we declined to support our wall, and that's when he put the supports up. Well, the meeting was in January with Glenn, and the supports were up in December. So that was not true. And then he said he didn't dig within 5 feet of the wall. If you go there tomorrow, you'll see it's still below grade, behind our wall. After that meeting, they put crack meters on. The applicant put a crack meter on. It is still moving. So since there's been 6 months of no building, that wall is still tilting. It's precarious. And the fact that nobody has been concerned about it on the applicant side is alarming. The Historic Charleston Foundation sent the applicant a letter, an official letter in May, saying that you are in violation of the easement. You've damaged the wall. We require you to, and gave the steps. Applicant disregarded that letter, has completely disregarded it. So at this point, what we're asking for is that if this, whatever project ends up being approved or looked at or submitted or any guidance can be given, that this wall is taken into consideration, that an engineer, right now I'm concerned about the wall today, but the applicant has no plans, I don't believe, to see if what is supporting it can support it, if it will continue to fall. And certainly if they start digging again, it will fall further. And then we need a plan, a permanent stabilization plan that the HCF approves that will be a permanent solution for this. And how far out those, I'm guessing its supports would come out, could be 3 feet, it could be 10 feet, nobody knows. So before any subsequent plans come before the bar, I hope the applicant takes into consideration have the plan for the engineer of what it will take to support that wall. So we request that the board please deny this for those reasons. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking?
My name's David Gilkison. I live in the French Quarter. My wife and I both do, and we think this should be denied too, for the mere fact that what was originally approved, they went on their own and built up something that wasn't supposed to be there. It should be torn down and gone back to the original, or I mean, they're encroaching on the French Quarter, and it's not a good thing. And these people are suffering through stuff that they shouldn't be suffering through. They're going to eventually be responsible for this wall if the board doesn't do something, or the city, your approval. So I hope you will deny it.
Is there anyone else speaking?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for a new addition to the existing structure at 141 East Bay. We are opposed to this application for the following reasons. 141 East Bay is a Category 1 building and therefore is subject to greater scrutiny. The proposed addition increases the length of the building to cover the entire lot. The length of the combined rear additions will become longer than the primary mass of the building. Therefore, we believe it is questionable whether this addition is subordinate to the historic structure. 2, the French Quarter neighborhood is residential in nature, but surrounded by commercially zoned properties that are increasingly developed, putting negative pressure on the historic character and environs of the French Quarter neighborhood. The proposed rear addition is large and it is not deferential to the character of the neighborhood or adjacent historic structures. We believe that this addition should be pulled away from the rear property line to give relief to the smaller historic structures surrounding 141 East Bay Street. 3, Historic Charleston Foundation holds a preservation easement on 10 State Street. The proposed addition of 141 East Bay Street abuts the historic rear wall of 10 State Street. This wall is already fragile and there is active concern that work at 141 East Bay Street has impacted the stability of the wall. Construction of this structure abutting the existing historic wall will likely further compromise its stability. 4, building a new structure directly abutting this historic wall will make it impossible to repair and maintain the wall in the future. We respectfully recommend denial of this request for an addition at the rear of 141 East Bay Street. Any new proposal should be pulled away at least 5 feet away from the rear property line to provide access for maintenance and construction. We would also appreciate a board condition on the applicant that any future BAR submission should also include an engineer's guidance to stabilize the wall and a plan to mitigate any further damage that will occur when excavation and construction resumes. Thank you for consideration of our position.
I have one more thing about is it possible to bring up that colored sketch that's new from the last submission that he put in there, that colored? Frankie, could you pull that up? I'm not sure that, I know that's not accurate. It's not, it should say not to scale or anything, but because I stood at the Wells Fargo parking lot and looked, and our house is not taller than 141 East Bay. He shows the back part of our house as taller than the main part of 141 East Bay. And that's completely not correct. So I don't know if that's how that was done, why it was done, it was put in, it looks lovely, but it's not accurate. I just wanted to make sure that's confirmed, that if you go stand there tomorrow, you'll see that is not true. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frank, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff has some observations. One, that the addition does encourage on the historic wall. The accessory structure is not on this property. It's also overly decorative. The area of the proposed addition has increased significantly since the previous submittal, and the large copper awning is out of scale for a secondary entry and reads as a primary entrance. Staff condition for approval would be proposed addition and accessory structure should be as minimal as possible and understated in design so as not to compete with the historic structure. And the accessory structure should be shown in a site elevation with all structures and proposed additions to determine scale and architectural direction in association to the historic structure. Staff recommendation is denial per previous board motions with board and staff conditions.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Gibson, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comment or the public comment?
Yeah, there were some issues with the wall, which really doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about tonight, but there were, and I think the owners and we're apologetic. I'm sorry that what occurred. There was a miscommunication with the BAR submission and a building permit. As I understand it, a building permit was issued without BAR's approval. A shoring wall went up. They were digging up plumbing lines. They became concerned about the wall. They put up shoring without asking for permission. And we'll do what's right with the wall. We understand that's a historic wall. We've had lasers on the wall from pre-construction through a month ago. We can give you all the documentation of what the wall has done. But building close to that wall is tricky and it's going to be tenuous. And yes, we'll get the most conservative engineers that we know to make sure that the wall isn't damaged. We don't think the building is too big. We don't think that it, by adding to the 1970s structure, it affects the Category 1 building in front. It's allowing that building to be put in a state that it needs to be put in. The sun studies that we show don't, most of the shade is coming from the buildings that are already there. The color sketch that was drawn was taken from the survey and the as-built drawings for 10 State Street when Ms. Baelish considered buying it. So we had all of the drawings there. So the dimensions of that are accurate. We think that we're zoned to be able to build the building right up to the wall. And that's the position that the owner has taken. The height, scale, and mass are appropriate and within the regulations of the zoning, that's what we're allowed to do.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
First question I have is for Frankie. The Little Folly, if that's not on the same property, are we still reviewing that or is that?
It's already,
I mean, it's not, it's still owned by the same person, but two different properties. Does it matter?
I defer to on that one. It was submitted as one project.
It was submitted, but did we, is it a different address?
it's a different TMS number.
Parcel.
I don't know if it was properly advertised.
We can take it off. I mean, we can withdraw that if
Okay.
that would make it simple.
Thank you.
We didn't realize
So
it was a separate parcel at the time of
Purposes
advertising.
of this,
We just review the addition.
Yeah.
That's fine.
oh,
As a question, I'll let somebody else start. I was here for the April meeting.
You
so
were?
You
Okay.
remember that?
Okay, good.
I wasn't here for the original one.
No, I wasn't here for either one of them.
April was that after the fact?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to view this proposal as if I'd never seen any of that.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, objectively speaking, we would consider something of this height, scale, and mass to be reasonable for this property. I mean, I would like to see it differentiated from the existing structure without that, you know, heavy kind of dramatic canopy over the doors. And then just really taking into account existing conditions, especially at that western property line. You know, it seems to me like it might be reasonable to at least hold, I don't know, a 3-foot setback there, given that we know that your original proposals for adding on to this for functional purposes was a lot smaller than what's here now. And that 3 feet would, you know, at least allow for maintenance of each of those walls. And then obviously, I think all of us would prefer if the applicant and the neighbors could meet and kind of coordinate and agree, but I don't know that we're in a position to necessarily compel them to do that. That said, I mean, just, I think the applicant is aware that any effects of your construction on a neighboring historic wall are really an important consideration, and I think that factors into our perspective as well.
I tend to agree with what Julia has said. I am most concerned about the neighboring wall. I do think there needs to be some sort of a setback built in there between the wall and the building itself. I do think we have purview over that. I think we have purview that we should not approve something that's going to negatively affect a historic structure, and the wall is a historic structure. And then as far as the height, scale, and mass of what's there, it's not a large two-story building in height wise, and it does step back down from the primary building. So I don't see it as an overly tall structure. I agree with the heavy canopy. I think something less stylized could go up there, and something a little less heavy. But the wall is my major concern.
Mhm.
I would agree. If we were looking at this from a like brand new perspective, it meets the guidelines that we typically look at, so. And I definitely agree with the perspective on the wall and giving it some breathing room, maintenance space.
Yeah, and I think we regularly make decisions when properties are on site not to. Improvements are on the same site, requiring the applicant not to do things that would disturb historic structures on the site. I think that goes equally for adjacent structures, that if you're going to do something to affect an adjacent historic structure, that we need to minimize that, so.
And for what it's worth, I would voice that if that folly came back separately to staff or whatever, I don't have any issue with it. Do you guys have any feelings?
I wouldn't have any issue with it. I think it's appropriate. I think it's fun. It's a folly. It's a trash can folly, but it's I think it's well
Maybe a little
done.
secret.
It relates to the Moorish architecture up front. And follies were supposed to be historically whimsical.
So would it be appropriate to make a motion for conceptual approval with let's see, into staff conditions, no.
Just for the new addition, because we're not,
Yeah.
I think a board condition.
They mentioned the awning, but it's not a condition, so we'll just do it ourselves. So board conditions to simplify and differentiate the details of the addition and including the canopy. And to maintain a west side setback 3 feet.
I think
At
3
least
feet gives you enough room to get in there, do any maintenance on the wall.
3 feet also takes away the requirement to fire rate the glass. Which, yeah. All right, so with a west side setback of at least 3 feet.
Minimum, yeah. And any of the staff conditions?
No, I think so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval for the new addition to the existing structure with 2 board conditions. 1, to simplify and differentiate the details of the addition, including the canopy. And 2, to maintain a west side setback of a minimum of 3 feet. Do you have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
Bill, put the motion to a vote. Laura,
Yay in favor.
Julia,
In favor.
Bill.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, agenda item 2 is 115 Peachtree Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
115 Peachtree is in Wagner Terrace, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1838, in the historic materials demolition purview. They're requesting partial demolition of existing structure, including front porch and windows on the front elevation. This is the property's location on Peachtree Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Peachtree. Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant. I'll also add, just for Julie's sake, that the reason it does not include the rear addition on the agenda is because of the age. It was not over 50, so not under board review.
So I don't even talk about the back?
We don't have to talk about that. It's in staff comments, but I wanted to go ahead and save you that
Even
first.
shorter than my usual presentation. Okay, so thank you all for coming to the site this morning. I apologize that I did not make it. I was sitting on the Eagle River Bridge, Charleston.
I was there with- Well, sorry, I was on the route now.
That's what I was on. So we're here to talk about this front porch. So we have to raise up this house to meet FEMA requirements. And the porch floor of this porch here is masonry, and so that will have to be rebuilt. And so when we discovered that and realized that, we thought it might be an opportunity to change up the front a little bit. All of the siding, all of the windows, all of the doors have been replaced prior to my client owning the building. Massive renovation in 2018. I believe at that time, they also, redid all of the railings on the front because they sort of matched the back deck, which we know is new. And so there's really not a lot left of this porch to salvage, and particularly because we'll have to demolish it while we raise up the house. So it's always a risk to show you what we're planning. But I felt it was important to show you sort of what we had in mind. So as you can see, the front door does not align with the stairs. It's not, particularly elegant fenestration. And so really that was sort of an impetus for us as well, that we wanted to sort of modify the front fenestration of the house. And since we're lifting it, also redo the porch. And I don't feel like the porch or the fenestration are particularly character defining. If anything, maybe the gable front of the porch is character defining. And so we're recreating that as well, just on a larger scale. That's it.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Is there a reason why the porch roof structure can't be back braced and lifted with the house?
Thanks for the suggestion, Bill.
And the removal and relocation of the front door and windows, is that program related?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Any other questions? And I just want to say, for the public and the board, we're not supposed to consider what goes in its place.
Sorry, I thought I had.
Oh, no, wait. Thank you. Is there anyone speaking for the public?
Laurel Bay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning. Although the PSC understands that this property must be elevated, we are not supportive of the request to demolish the porch portico element, which is a character defining feature of the front elevation. We ask that this element be preserved as rehabilitation is pursued. Thank you.
April Wood, Charleston Foundation, we have the same comments with the Preservation Society, and we are not supportive of the demolition of the front.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frank, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay. As I already stated, we had the observation that the rear addition is less than 50 years old and not under BAR jurisdiction. And also that if the front porch was either lifted with the property or rebuilt to match the existing when the house is elevated, it could be considered a repair rather than a demolition. Staff condition, we believe that the windows and front porch are character defining and should be retained in place, so we're recommending denial of the front porch and window demolition.
Thank you, Frankie. Julie, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comment or the public comment?
I just wanted to mention, I forgot that the neighborhood association did meet about this and did write a letter of support for the project.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think the removal of the 2 porch columns, front steps, railings, all that seems reasonable and necessary for lifting the house itself. I don't really have much of a problem with the shifting of the windows and doors because they're actually not shifting that much. You are getting an additional window in there, but the 2 side windows and the door really is not a major shift in those. And I do feel like the roof structure of the porch should be retained and lifted with the house.
I might agree, but in terms of the windows moving, I think the way that they're proposed to move is sort of dependent on rebuilding that porch wider. So I think the existing little pediment is really intact and the ceiling's clearly original and that structure's original. And so I would tend to follow your recommendation about bracing it and lifting it with the house, which would probably mean keeping the fenestration as it is.
Also, I guess there would be a small amount of demolition for the addition of the window in the front gable.
That's what I was going to ask about.
Yeah, which I would be
So
fine with
that's-
that too, converting the louver deck to
That's just widening the
window.
existing opening.
And then I was gonna pass on thanks to the owners for getting to elevate a house. I know that's a big endeavor. But, well, I guess make a motion for denial of demolition of the front porch gable pediment ceiling form. And denial of demolition of the front door and windows. Clarification that a window in the gable would be fine.
Read the first part of the motion. Denial of the front porch gable pediment ceiling form.
Yes.
Okay.
Gable.
Denial
dash
of the
pediment
front
dash
doors and windows. But I guess
allowance of,
approval of the rest of the application.
yes.
Including the gable window. Okay. We have a motion on the floor for denial of demolition of the front porch gable pediment ceiling form, denial of demolition of the front doors and windows, approval of the remainder of the application, including demo of the front gable
That
vent. Yeah. Okay,
Second.
I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill,
yay in favor.
Julia,
in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 3, 175 Peachtree Street has been heard. We're on agenda item 4, 95 South Battery Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
South Battery Street is in Charlestown, Council District 8. It is a category 3 in the Old Historic District, requesting complete demolition of existing accessory structure, which is the garage. This is the property's location on South Battery. Some existing site photos. Context of South Battery. Historic photos of the house. And the sandboard map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Yes.
Okay,
One question real quick. Are we considering the garden, the hardscaping with this? That wasn't in the description, but it was in the package.
It is a category 3, so staff is able to review the hardscaping if you guys are to approve the demolition.
Okay. Sorry.
okay, no problem. My name is Brian Nealon. This is my wife,
Sarah
Sarah.
Nealon,
We own 95 South Battery.
whether we like it or not.
And we're here to discuss the garage. I want to thank the committee for coming out this morning to provide an inspection. Just a little bit of background. We bought 95 South Battery about 4 years ago in sort of as-is condition. The house had undergone decades of neglect and was not habitable at that time. The entire property, both inside and out, was in need of extensive renovation. Obviously, our first order of business was to focus on the inside, and so we spent the past 3.5 years doing that. Now we're turning our attention to the exterior, and we've contracted with Mortimer Klein to help sort of oversee the landscaping and hardscaping of that. One of the first issues confronting us was what to do about the garage, which is in significant disrepair. When we first bought the house, it was covered in fig vines, so much so that you couldn't even see that it had doors. And those vines over the years have put so much pressure on it that the interior walls are collapsing. The roof is also compromised and has leaks in several places. The interior walls, as I've noted, are collapsing. And at one point, a large piece of the interior wall fell down, almost hit my wife's on the head. And so at that point, we said, this is just not safe. And so we brought in a structural engineer, Stephen Caskey, to provide a formal assessment of the structure. He concluded that the building was indeed not safe, and in his words, compromised beyond repair. He also noted that the building was commercial grade because of the heft and the weight. It's basically a concrete structure. There was no real way as such to reinforce it in a simple way. The supports have excessive and extensive water damage and rotten rebar, which essentially requires that the structure be rebuilt from the ground up if you want to rebuild it. Again, because he deemed it as a commercial grade building, it would require a commercial contractor to rebuild it according to him. So again, essentially this structure is just not safe and beyond repair. On a personal note, I'll add that my wife and I are planning to foster children, and so having a safe structure around the property is very important to us. So we are very concerned about this. Is there anything else that you want to add at this time? Okay, I think.
Well, I mean, I think we took an eye toward preservation for everything on the property that we could. We preserved everything. We're interested in donating a historic easement at some point. But we really, we put our hearts into this house and preserved everything original.
Yeah, and so on the advice of the structural engineer, this one just seems a little bit beyond others. But so I want to thank you again for your consideration and for coming out today. So I think.
Do you want us to go through any of the pictures?
It's up to you. I mean, we all were at the site visit this morning, so the board members may have questions.
I do have one, and I just failed to notice while I was out there this morning, but the roof structure is also cast concrete as well, right?
With gravel on top
Yeah.
to make it heavier. I'm not sure why they did that, but there's a bed of gravel on top.
And you,
Cast concrete roof structure,
Rebar.
columns, everything but the infills on the wall, which were the terracotta.
that's right, that's right. And again, you wouldn't have known what the material was on the roof initially because it was covered with big vines. It was just green vegetation with like literally trees kind of growing out of it. So I think that added to the weight of the structure and hence the leak that you see there.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Nealon. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, HCF has reviewed the application for demolition of the existing chicken garage at 95 South Battery, and we appreciate the site visit this morning. First, we'd like to acknowledge the impressive amount of work the applicant has made to rehabilitate their important historic house. They've demonstrated themselves to be excellent stewards for this house. We also appreciate the landscape plan for the property that will both beautify the property and reduce impervious surfaces in this flood-prone area of the city. The garage structure of the property is very special and retains a high degree of historic fabric. Although we fully understand that the building has some structural failure, it would be an unfortunate loss to demolish the structure completely. We cannot support complete demolition, but we can support selective demolition, such as the removal of the concrete roof behind the parapet and reconstructing the side walls, if that will help address the structural deficiencies of the building. We're okay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciated the opportunity to visit the site this morning, and we thank the applicants for their great research included in the submittal and their stewardship of this property. According to the documentation provided, the garage likely dates to the late 1930s or 1940s and was built by the first owners of the property. Accessory buildings like this garage represent the developmental history and streetscape patterns of the Charlestown neighborhood, and this is a particularly visible and intact example with a unique architectural character. The PSC encourages pursuing creative options to stabilize the building, potentially supporting the structure from the interior to allow it to remain part of the site. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff just had some observation, one due to the wall around the property, the north side of the structure with the garage doors, the only portion visible from public right of way. The structure is not original to the house and was constructed sometime before the 1944 Sanborns. The form of the structure and the large garage doors are a character defining feature which demonstrate the evolution of the peninsula. And we made a statement, but we're not very good with concrete construction, the three of us, so we do understand that repairing the structure, to repair the concrete columns and beams would require replacement most likely since the rebar is failing. And a lot of the structure might have to be reconstructed. We do understand the structural issues of the building, but at this time we can't support demolition based on the historical significance to the automotive history of the peninsula.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. and Mrs. Nealon, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment to the city staff comments?
No, I mean, as my wife said, I appreciate your comment. Of course, preservation is very important to us. Again, we're kind of relying on the recommendation of the structural engineer who said that this was essentially beyond repair, and to repair it because of its commercial status, you would have to, and the compromise support and footings, you would have to essentially take it down and rebuild it from scratch. So there is sort of demolition inherent in any reconstruction.
Okay, thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. So move into board discussion and a vote.
First of all, I'll start out with the easy thing, the landscape plan, the hardscape plan, it's beautiful and, of course, I'd have no problem with staff handling that. As far as the garage itself, I've struggled with this one, I really have. You know, it is historic by age. And it is an interesting building. It's not something that you would normally see downtown on a commercial property. And some of the form itself is it's fairly straightforward form. Some of the more interesting things are the garage door system and the sliding pulley system. But when it comes to a structural standpoint of this, and this is why I wish Fillmore were here, because this is really up his alley. You know, the columns the rebar is rotted out. I don't know what the condition of the poured roof would be. I'm sure the rebar is probably rotted out in it as well.
At least in that area where it was cracking.
Yes. So anything can be saved and fixed. It just depends on money, you know. And I know we're not supposed to consider that here at the board. I mean, if it were just a matter of columns being rotted out, you might could go and it had a timber roof system. You might could go in there and add some sort of a skeleton on the inside to support the roof. But I don't quite know at this point how you could go in and repair this thing without taking it completely apart. I mean,
From my experience, you can't just go clean out as much as you want to of the rusted rebar and try to put some more in and patch it, because the rust just keeps going up inside and it would continue to fall off the concrete, is my understanding. So I agree, you'd have to pretty much take down the whole thing. I don't know if, I appreciate that there are some comments about how could you do something creative. Could you take out the roof, cut the roof out, and even leave it open and have it as part of, like, build it into the garden or something, or take down a part of a wall and maintain part of a wall. I don't know. I still don't know if you could repair it enough to keep it from falling, or if you just end up having to fully rebuild just for the sake of preserving the idea of that garage.
I said this morning on site that I wanted to hear what Fillmore had to say on this one, because this is such an interesting structure. I mean, I would. Well, no, I would suggest we defer until we can get Fillmore's and put it in a meeting. I would just hate to either approve or deny this when we can't really be.
I agree. I mean, if the applicant doesn't have a problem with it being bumped to the next agenda.
I mean, I would think it'd be preferable to a denial of this, or.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I wouldn't want to approve it if we hear from Fillmore that there is some creative way to save the structure. I'm torn.
Right.
On
If
this one.
this makes a difference to any of you, I don't believe Fillmore will be at the next meeting.
So we'd have to bump it to like a month from now almost.
And I don't know where you all are leaning in terms of a decision.
When I was there this morning, I didn't see how it could be fixed and saved.
I mean,
At that point, it's like I've had projects where we've had to do this for my own clients, that we're taking it down, but we're deconstructing it and then reconstructing it.
It's like a repair, but it's a 99.9% repair.
Really, yeah. I mean.
Yeah, you
And
can't.
in this
do that
case,
more
you're not even you're not even able to salvage wood to reuse, other than the doors.
If this, like I said, if this were if all you were dealing with was the concrete support structure, which is, or the columns that coming up with the terracotta panels in there and the concrete, and then you had a timber roof on top of all that, and yeah, you could go in and build a skeleton on that side, for the roof, and and keep those concrete elements to take the load off of those concrete elements, but with it all being concrete, it's tough.
Yeah. The only thought I had was if we do approve denial, is there any way to include a comment to somehow save those doors and that track system? I don't know if it could be used somewhere. I don't know if anybody could ever use it, but
We've saved everything, so we would
I had a
save
feeling,
everything.
I had a feeling, so. But that was, yeah, I don't,
If you all don't think that you,
I mean, maybe I should.
you all know
have
far
done
more
some
than me about the building
research or
aspect
something.
of it. But if you don't feel we need to defer,
I'm pretty clear how
okay,
how I feel.
would like to make a motion.
Yes, I would like to make a motion for approval of demolition.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Laura, I'll put the motion to a vote. Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay in favor.
and I vote no, opposed. And the chair, excuse me, and the motion passes 2-4 and 1 against. Thank you all. Okay, agenda item 5 is 32 Linwood Boulevard. Frank, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. At 32 Linwood is in Charleston, Council District 8. It is not surveyed. Sorry, that's the previous structure. I copied and pasted, I apologize. It's in the old historic district. The date was from the previous demo, so I apologize for that. They're requesting conceptual / preliminary approval for a new single-family residence. This is the property's location off Linwood. And some existing site photos. I've got a quick reading slides. From the previous presentation. Sanborn maps showing the history of the structure or the previous structure. And let me turn it over to the applicant before I say something else dumb.
Good evening, my name's Oliver Schillingflick. It's good to see you all again. All right, make sure I can work this. There are more pages in this presentation than we will get to discuss in 10 minutes, so I am going to focus on getting everybody oriented to the design. This first slide is the existing property and its current relationship to sightlines, which is orbital property setbacks, which is non-compliant with quite a few conditions. This is a block aerial view. We're right in the middle there, and the proposed building is set back from the street at the end of the driveway in the middle of a very tricky site. Neighbors on 4 sides and only the driveway frontage at 32 Linwood. The proposed site plan is setting back the property from the east side, which is on the right, 3 feet, and giving more breathing room to the backside, and dividing the building into 3 clean masses in an attempt to break down the scale of the building. I'll go back to the site plan in a moment. These diagrams are a little bit about the thinking related to the massing of the building. The first part of the diagram is about simplifying the volume and the perimeter of the building into 3 simple masses. We then are extruding the building to achieve 2 stories. We are trying to preserve the sight line from the street into the property with the lowest portion of the building, and have started to play with pushing and pulling and raising and lowering different volumes. And then 2 volumes to the right of that have opposing roof lines in an attempt to break down the mass. And at the southern side of the building, at this side, pushing down this roof line a bit as well, about 4 feet lower than the main body there. And then finally, in an attempt to give this some articulation and to fit into the context of the neighborhood, playing with some articulation of the openness at the FEMA foundation level and starting to push and pull the facade itself, maintaining verticality, but trying to give some definition and character to the overall elevations, which you'll see in a moment. This is a rendered view of the front facade that faces Lenwood. The portion on the left is the majority of what you see from the driveway side. The central bay and the bay on the left have wood windows. The overall building is a 3-coat stucco over masonry. We are looking for contextual and beautiful materials that will age in patina. The roof is going to be a standing seam copper roof and gutters. Wood windows in the 2 volumes on the left, and for the 3rd volume, which is the volume to the south, aluminum windows with a thin profile. So again, trying to create some interest and some variety within the elevations, but an overall continuity and an overall strong sense of order without becoming monotonous. This is the elevation on the east side. The east side features a loggia on the back of the building. These are some images from around Charleston which relate to the materials I was just describing, whether it's the copper or plaster finishes. There are some conditions where we would like to use reclaimed wood headers over windows and introduction of shutters. As well as some landscaping motifs, including a fountain on the view corridor from the street in the Lenwood side. This is the continuous street elevation. Our neighbors at the front, 34 and 46 Lenwood, are Sears Roebuck's houses that we've spoken about previously. The 2 buildings that are the tallest in this block, which would be ours and 9 Gibbs, are the only 2 buildings that will be at FEMA elevation. These renderings, which should be taken with a grain of salt in terms of their realism, are views from the street and the approach to the building. This is the driveway entrance and a perspective of what you would see as you approach the building and what the pedestrian experience would be. We are trying at the end of the driveway to create some visual interest by introducing some garden elements and a fountain and some ironwork that actually opens up a view corridor all the way through the building. And then as you come around, there is no stoop at this building. My clients are in their 80s, and we are introducing an elevator and a stair core to the building. And so you actually approach the building and come under the arcade and walk to the right to get into the front door of the building. There is also an extension of the driveway into a parking court here, which is an attempt to try to pull the cars out of the view of the view from the street. There's that parking court extension in front of the central volume. The other aspect of the site plan is trying to create some push and pull with the landscape and the perimeter of the building and draw the landscape in and underneath the building a bit so that there is a welcoming sense and to reduce the imposing nature of the FEMA rays. We are DFE 13 here. The building is actually DFE, it is actually 1310 in this particular design as a result of the desire to bring the front entry into a lobby at grade level, and that lobby requiring a 7-foot ceiling clearance minimum. So it's a laser on, that's great. Okay, so there we are right there. So this is coming in, parking court here, either processing through underneath the arcade to the front door there, or getting out of a car and entering the front door, and that's there, an elevator. I'll breeze through the plans, but something I wanted to note about the plan just in terms of program is we have the stair core here and circulation core, which needs to service all floors of the building. So it needs to be tucked into a 2-story part of the building. That's one of the reasons why the entrance is at this end instead of at this end, because it would necessitate the elevator would necessitate the 2-story volume at the north side of the building. And then in terms of program distribution, all of the most public parts of the program are at the back of the building facing east. cycle through a few of these and focus on, this is the southern elevation. This is an existing masonry wall between the neighbor's property and 32 Lenwood. And then this is the north elevation where the windows are set at clear story height, and the rest of the central volume is set back from there. And that is in part a strategy related to light and air and attempting not to cast significant shadows into the neighbor to the north. This is a view underneath the arcade and to the entry area in the stair core, which is over here. And then just a section through the building, again, sort of illustrating the necessity of maintaining a 7-foot clearance at the occupiable lobby area to get up into the building, and an illustration of how we've been working the massing and the scale of these volumes to create some articulation and, reduce ridge line here from the central ridge line by 4 feet to break up the articulation. And I think the last thing I want to just point out in the wall sections which have been developed is that there's some architectural banding and stepping that's being articulated across the facade to push and pull. The windows are deep set into the masonry, and as you move up the building, that banding steps back a little bit in order to create some articulation from grade level up to the top of the building, and sort of strike a balance between the desired verticality of the characteristic of the neighborhood and some horizontal banding and articulation and shadow making to break down the scale.
Any questions for the applicant?
Wait 1 second. Maybe that's it. 1 second.
Take all the time.
I was gonna ask, where's the front door, but I think I figured it out, and you sort of, I'll talk us through that.
Yeah, and I'm pointing to it right there. It is that has been a question that has been asked a couple of times, and it's right in this corner here.
Okay. I'm good, thanks.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Yes. I'm Virginia King, and I live right next door, 30 Linwood, and I am the south side, right? So I am the neighbor that is not necessarily being considered here. My problem with this is that the house is heavy right up against our fence line, and 9 Gibbs and this property are together, in my opinion. The work that was done at 9 Gibbs kind of took away privacy with the pool and stuff right up against our property line. My biggest request with this 32 Linwood project was water issues and privacy. I have lived next door all my life. And so has my family. And I'm worried that this plan deeply impacts our privacy on our lot. And I feel like we have been the last ones to be considered. We are in a historic home. We have enjoyed the privacy and our lot. And I feel like this structure, and I understand there's going to be a structure here. This is a 3-story structure surrounded by a bunch of 2-story houses. And I understand why and the flood requirements, but I would ask that our property has some consideration, because if you look at the south elevation, our yard and our house and the way it sits, I feel like we are a fishbowl. We are getting all of there are a ton of windows on that side. I would request, and I met with Oliver today, and I appreciate that he met with Brett Dunaway, who lives in 34 Linwood, and myself and my husband Zach, but I would just request we have consideration, because the thing that's at biggest risk for us is privacy. And I feel like if we want to live on Rainbow Row and have people look in our windows and be in a fishbowl, that's one thing, but that is the most luxurious thing about where we live is that our driveway is narrow and it opens up and it's nice, but we have had the opportunity to live there and feel like we are in a private setting, and there's no landscaping package that is going to cover up the eyesore that will be a 3-story building right next to our property line, like this design. And I challenge Mr. Oliver, because I know he's a talented man, to reconfigure something where all of us can be okay with the design. And I feel like we have been the least represented in any of the developments with this property or 9 Gibbs, and it has directly impacted us. And I feel like giving up this privacy and this type of design devalues our property in the long run, which is a little tricky. I know it's a very nice structure, but our privacy is gone. So that's what I have to say about it.
Thank you.
My name is Zach King, by the way, Virginia's husband. Just wanted to kind of, thanks again for meeting us today. That was very nice of you to do that. That's what it's all about, which would have happened at 9 Gibbs at Denton, but we really appreciate your time today. And some of the things we spoke about, if you can go to A110? I think that was right. So we're here. Where are we?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So I had Oliver come in our yard today, and if I'm not mistaken, the house kind of stops right here right now? The current house, I don't have the overlay, but this is all, there's like, the sunlight comes in here. When you build this house here, and you can see the elevation from, I think it was A2. And I'm just trying to prove that this is all the way down, and when I wasn't happy with the demo, clearly. And when it got passed, I think it was mentioned that there was gonna be something that was gonna be subtle that blends into the neighborhood. That was said in this room. That is not. We have a 3-story structure towering over our yard, and I had Oliver staying in our yard right here. I mean, we're not even gonna have any sunlight. This definitely devalues our property. I've spoken to the casino group, I've spoken to a lot of people, 100% devalues our property. So going back to what my wife said, we strongly urge you to just make it a little bit more subtle on that side. That's all we're asking. We know there's gonna be a structure. There's nothing we can do about it, but any help that you can do on our side. The other side's lower, and there's comments about no shadows for the neighbor, but I mean, we're not even gonna see the sun, on that side. So anyway, thanks again for meeting us today, and I look forward to hearing what's next. Thanks.
I don't have much to add. I know y'all have a late night. We're so appreciative of meeting with Oliver, and we're glad he's on board. We're glad he's a part of this. We know there's going to be a structure. We are not objecting to a structure being built. We just object really to that one side, and to the enormity of that side. We'd be more content to flip the other way. We're not architect. I'm not an architect. But it is a massive structure. So thank you, Oliver, and thank you all.
Could you state your name for the record as well as your address?
I was trying to hide that now. I'm Brett Dunaway, and I live at 34 Lenwood. I'm directly in front of this. So this is what I'll see from my back windows. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Hicks, and I'm actually a carriage tour guide here at Charleston. And I always tell people that are on board my carriage that this is a quieter, more subtle part of Charleston. And I do enjoy this stretch of land, and not terribly thrilled about the demolition, but I agree with the neighbors that this is not going to particularly fit in with the surrounding architecture and the landscape. It's going to, in my opinion, be a bit too extravagant. I do like the design, but I think it's going to stand out a bit too much. And I also would not want windows directly over my property like that. But I also, on a personal note, this is my first time here. This is really interesting. It's really fun. I think I'll come back. It's a lot more dramatic than I was expecting. So, but thank you all very much.
Anyone else speaking?
April Wood is Dark Charleston Foundation. ACF has reviewed the application for new construction at 32 Linwood, and we appreciate the applicant reaching out to us before this meeting. We appreciate the calmness of the design and the quality of materials for the proposed building. We also appreciate that the cars are being parked out of the public view. However, we believe that the massing of the building is too large and should be simplified to read as one building. We suggest that the southern portion should be reduced in height and pulled back to align with the wing on the north. We respectfully recommend referral for restudy of the massing of the building. We also request that in future applications, the control joint for the stucco are shown on the drawings. Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We would like to thank the applicant for meeting with us to discuss this project. We understand that this proposal is an interpretation of the pre-existing footprint, and we appreciate the effort to break up the massing into 3 volumes, but this is still a tall and massive design for this tight urban context. We encourage any efforts to reduce overall height. In particular, the foundation height should not extend above DFE. Additionally, the south wing feels overly massive in relation to the center building, and its large fenestration is out of scale with the surrounding context. We ask for continued study of height, scale, and mass of this portion of the building in particular. We also suggest simplifying and unifying the fenestration types across all 3 masses for a more harmonious design. Looking at the foundation, we encourage a more solid foundation treatment on the north wing in lieu of open piers, which can have a beachy character. And finally, the primary entrance is not easily identifiable and should be more pronounced in keeping with Charleston's urban residential development patterns. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay, Frankie, if you have city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had some observations. One, that the structure will be minimally visible from the wood due to the distance from the street. And the proposal has improved since the applicant met with staff. It is more towards the vertical, per our design guideline. And the center mass is very Charleston in architectural direction. We appreciate the attempt to avoid multiple blank walls as in the proposal, which was discussed with staff, but we would prefer less of the faux shutters. And then we wanted to note that the historic structure, we estimated at 2,868 square feet, and the proposal is smaller than that square footage wise. Staff conditions for approval, staff suggests placing lights on either side of the French doors to distinguish the doors from the windows. And the 3 volumes still feel independent of each other. Some small gestures to bring together, including simplifying window types and further unification of details would be helpful. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with final review by staff of permit documents.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Freundlich, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised?
Yes, a couple of things. Okay, let's see. Take us back to the. So we had very productive neighbor discussions today, and I appreciate those conversations as well. And I just wanted to, this is an incredibly tricky project. And as I mentioned, we're surrounded on all 4 sides and we're set back from the street. I just wanted to clarify, and in order to arrive at the square footage that the clients desire and to make it accessible, I have a certain amount of two-story square footage that I need to accommodate. The rationale for pushing it towards this back portion of the site was about its visibility from the street initially, but it was also actually about daylight and that this is the southern elevation. So a larger mass elsewhere on the site would cast shadows in this direction. And in terms of the relationship to this property, only the western light from this far end would be shadowed, and otherwise the eastern southern light is traveling around this way. So that was a strategy to actually bury that portion of the building deeper into the site. The other aspect of sort of limitations on the project are the setbacks. And this setback along this side is 9 feet. The building is placed at just over 10 at this corner and around 12 at this corner. So it is actually in its current incarnation pushed as far into this direction as possible for as much relief around these sides as possible. So that was the design strategy and thinking there. And then very quickly, in terms of the openness of the foundation, that was actually a response to some of the notions of being inviting at pedestrian level and at street level and making something that didn't feel closed and too airy. We don't want it to be beachy, but this part of the building is 3 feet away from the setback and 3 feet away from a fence. And if this part of the foundation is closed on the north side, that makes it only a service alley. And so we were letting it open to some light and air, as well as drawing you into a moment like this as a decorative moment. And then, yes, forcing you to have to walk by, but with lighting fixtures, et cetera, and paving, walk the length of the arcade to the front entry. It's an interior lot. It's an atypical condition. I understand the concerns about the front entry, but they need to be balanced with the necessity of getting into a 2-story building that has a circulation core and elevator.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question? What's the square footage of the existing structure versus the square footage of this proposed structure?
So the existing structure is 3,700 square feet.
Okay. And this one was,
We pulled the measurement off the tax records for the existing.
She said, I think 2,800. Yeah. So it's actually
less
3,700.
okay, so
That's an estimate from the tax records. That was the only thing I had access to.
What was it?
What was it? Did you say, Lindsay?
2,800.
2,800.
But you said the existing structure that's being demolished is,
No, the proposed structure.
okay.
Yeah,
Is what, how many?
is 3,700 square feet.
and the existing was,
The existing, we have to take from Frankie, because I'd have to reference, it's a part of the old package, which I moved by beyond it, and off the top of my head.
The existing is 2,800, and I thought the note on your drawing was that the proposed was 2,300.
Oh, yeah, I think you're talking about lot coverage, sorry.
Oh, that might have
Maybe
been.
I misunderstood that. If you're talking about lot coverage, it is on the drawing and,
I might have scrapped the wrong number off of your drawing.
let me just get to that cover page because it is there and I just have to reference it. Whoops, but you can't read that.
I can zoom in for you.
Okay. So. 2,307 square feet is the lot coverage. It's 35% and we are at that, we are max, we are at that number. We've used the entire lot coverage.
Answer your question.
okay, there have been several numbers on it. The square footage of the existing house.
Existing house is 2,800 square feet.
2,800, the square footage of the proposed house is
3,700.
Any questions, right?
That's
You
it.
can ask questions. Well, actually, first, we're in board discussion now,
Oh,
so
yeah, you're right.
the presentation is closed. However, if there's follow-up questions, we can ask at any time. So Julia, go ahead.
Thank you. Speaking of lot coverage, what is that paved area? Do you have that? I don't know if you've gotten that far. Would that be
So,
permeable or?
the paved area and the driveway are planned to be porous. And we're looking into actually, having a porous system that has trays beneath it to, for the reservoir to capture water. There is certainly no addition to, impervious surfaces, and we're trying to beat it. The exact specificity of what the material is hasn't been decided yet, but there's been some discussion about the possibility of differentiating this parking court from the articulation of the driveway itself as a preliminary landscape strategy.
Thank you.
The arm.
Just a few things. I do appreciate that the building's being, a great attempt is being made to break down the mass of the building. It's not a ostentatious monolithic structure, which is what.
It's a nod to the demolished
Yeah,
structure.
exactly. So I think that's very nice. And there's some, like I believe April's called it a calm building. I agree. It's calm, it's simple. All those things are great things in helping this to blend into its environment. I appreciate that it's going to be stucco over true masonry. That speaks quality, and it'll give us a lot of nice depth reveals. The roof forms have been kept to somewhat low. It's also, this kind of gives me the impression of sort of a simplified kind of a little bit of a Mediterranean flavor to it in a way. I am concerned about the bar mast, the mast to the, I guess I'd call it the right hand portion of the building. In that it to me, the building sort of, I understand that the idea of starting out lower where you see it from the street and gradually grow up, but I think some consideration needs to be given to the neighbors on that side as well. And maybe that is or is not under the purpose board. It's kind of a gray area for me always. I supported the demolition. I stuck my neck out on this demolition, and it was for that's why I was asking about the square footage. It was for a 800 square foot house to come down, and it was a lot of discussion at the meeting that we're going to do everything we can not to put anything large back. So I think that in a good faith effort to the neighborhood, some square footages could be whittled out of this project and to come out of that far right section of the house. But like I said, there are some really great things happening here, and I just want to throw that out, that it's the architectural direction, I think, is a very good direction.
All right, thank you, Bill. I agree with a lot of that. And I'm glad to hear the applicant has been in touch with local stakeholders, especially the neighbors. And I don't think that east elevation is visible from the public right of way. I really don't. But to me, I mean, I guess it's fortunate that there's some sort of relationship between the two property owners, because the rear elevation to me looks like it should be like oceanfront is what it looks like on the back. But generally, I think the materials proposed are good. You know, the fact that there's no clear sort of traditional front door, it's a little bit difficult for me to bond with, but I understand the reasoning, and I don't think that's going to be very visible to the public. The wide opening that you do clearly view down the driveway, to me, is just proportionally too wide. Maybe some more columns there or some sort of something to alter that proportion and make it a little more vertical. And then fenestration, I think in general, is overly complex, especially on the south and north and east. And I obviously hear the neighbors to the south, and I think their concerns are worth really considering and trying to address with the design. One thing that is hard for me to accept is the way that the roof lines on the north and south, those gables. You know, I know you're proposing crickets on the roof plan, but they, to the naked eye, would appear to be draining right into the adjacent wall, and that just makes me very uncomfortable visually. And, you know, even the most minimal hyphen at those connections would be really helpful, I think. I guess that's all I've got. That there is 10 inches of extra height proposed here. You know, I know that in recent cases, we've sort of accepted up to a foot of extra for compelling reasons, and you know, that is kind of the difference between being able to use that ground floor and not. So.
And using it only for entry, it's not like in some cases where people are raising it higher just to be able to get cars parked. They need that entry. And they've kept it as minimal as possible. I also feel that they've worked through studying the building sections. You've worked a lot to try to keep everything down, even stepping within the floor systems to keep that mass on the right-hand side down lower. That second floor is lower than the main second floor. So it's taken a lot of figuring out.
Yeah.
I can just tell there's already been some effort to really pull it down as much as possible. And I appreciate that. Anything specific to add? I agree with the fenestration that it needs to be a little bit simplified.
The fact that it doesn't have a strong identifiable entryway doesn't really bother me too much, because this is not a building that addresses the street.
That's not visible.
Yeah.
I also appreciate the comments about the sun path and shadow and light, because I think that's important. I'm certainly sympathetic to the neighbors' feelings of privacy and light and all of that. But they are adhering to the zoning setbacks. So it's more, I guess we've got to look at it just from a massing standpoint.
We do, and I was throwing out what I was throwing out earlier just because of the controversy around demolition. It was contentious, and I would, in a good faith effort, do everything. I would encourage in a good faith effort to do everything possible to whittle some space out if needed. Because we're essentially growing a house about a full 1,000 square feet. Well, from what was taken down.
And I think April had a good point about maybe pulling back that mass to match the other would be a possibility.
But that wouldn't allow for an elevator and a stair and the. I mean, we're creating little hyphens would be one way to increase the ways of how they intersect. I feel like it should come back here one way or another.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Okay. What's the staff condition about light?
Oh, wait. The applicant has provided, we have requested some form of a visible door, and they changed one of the windows for a door on that south mass. But we were just recommending something to make it distinguishable more as a door. As you guys have pointed out, it is not visible.
Yeah, it's like that, that's right. All right, so. I'm gonna decide if it's deferral for restudy of a few things or special approval.
I think it's the math
With
thing.
restudy of a few things.
What, maybe it's a deferral to the max.
Yeah, I think there's enough about the mass.
If we all agree that square footage needs to be reduced.
I think the architectural direction
Mhm.
is spot on. That's
I
where it
agree.
needs to be. It's more or less the massing.
Motion of some sort.
Um. Okay, I'm gonna keep it fairly simple. I'm gonna make a motion for deferral. Um. Based on,
Do a board condition.
yeah, condition to restudy the overall massing of the building. Particularly, that of the, southern end of the building. Yeah, and, some refinement of administration as well.
Julia's comment about that, first floor west elevation. Maybe additional columns or just
the proportion that's open.
or you could just
Could that just, would that come just in?
I think that kind of comes in with,
we have a motion on the floor for deferral with two board conditions to restudy the overall massing, particularly that of the south side and refinement of the fenestration. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
We used to say, and board comments.
add that in.
Thank you. I'll second.
I added and board comments. Do you still second that? All right, I put the motion to a vote. Julia,
In favor.
Bill,
Yeah, in favor.
Laura,
Yay, in favor.
chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 6, 1.5 Addison Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, overview of the project, please. Yes.
Then now it ruined everything. Okay, 1.5 Addison Street is in East Central Council District 4. It is not surveyed, survey 1920, so I think in my notes, we did establish an earlier date, the last meeting. In the dirt materials demolition purview, requesting relocation of existing structure on site. This is the property's location on Addison Street. Site photos. Some context of Addison. And Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Frankie, I'll be brief. John Sullivan, SARC Studio. We were here, I think back in June for demolition, that was denied. And at that time, there was mention of support to maybe move it away. So right now, the building's right on the property line. There's also a grand tree right next to the building. That's the neighbor's property. And we looked into it and the owner decided to shift. We like to shift the building over basically 3 feet over. There's enough room on the other side to still meet the easement requirement. Keep it away from the tree in the property line, and then add a small 1-story hyphen with a small addition to the back. I think the plans square total is like 1,400 square feet for the new renovated building. So it's going to be a small addition, 1-story hyphen with a small 2-story addition back there. And then part of this will reestablish the piazza that's disappeared at some point. In the credit.
Thank you. Are there any questions? And just a reminder, we are not historic demolition, so we're not reviewing what goes in its place, just.
But you will do demolition for the wall.
Yeah, and the foundation.
And for because we have to take out some of the wall for piping too.
Any questions? Thank you. Public comment, is there anyone speaking? All right, Frank, you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
I will admit staff struggled to figure out purview on this one because it is in the material demolition purview. And I did have the date incorrect. We found out from Kevin Everly last time it is circa 1891 to 1893. Our condition for approval, so long as the structure remains on site and retains the same relationship to the street within the property, we're saying that we are not going to consider that demolition. We want sort of the board to agree on that, but. So we are recommending approval for the demolition of the foundation and the rear wall. Apologies on my.
And you were okay with some of the other demolition?
The rear wall, yes.
It's mostly the same from what it looks like in the picture.
And Frankie, there's an avenue procedurally for that to be entered into the system, so it's approved for relocation, but not demolition, that sort of thing.
Yes, so our condition is so long as it retains that relationship, we wouldn't consider it that. And legal has agreed that they will agree with us.
It's similar to raising it. You have to take out the foundation, so it'd be. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised?
Yeah, I agree with them. Yeah, the foundation now is actually mostly big rocks. So it's not much better exacting foundation there.
Thank you. All right, we're at board discussion.
Yeah. Motion
Go ahead.
for approval of relocating.
Demolition of foundation. For
Demolition of
relocation.
foundation for relocation as.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition of the foundation for relocation as indicated. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
A second.
Bill, I'll put the motion to a vote. Laura?
In favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
It's your vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back here at 6:27. I know. So close.
Sorry, Joel, but you almost like me crimping up while I write this for you. I'm sorry.
All right. It's totally replaced the board, but.
Yeah, you can leave.
No, I'm paying for this. We're all up there. Charleston.
They told me to ask you my old office.
Thank you, Frank.
Were you saying?
Yeah. Oh, like good recipes. She said.
Yes.
I could see that.
They're all.
If they could hit that land.
That's what I do too. It's under our warning. I know. This is gonna be very good.
This is something on the back of the page, they just, it's 2 hours together. Just that we got. I think that is the craziest thing. Yeah.
Right. It's Charleston.
Very fair.
That's page 2. Yeah. My area. In my. Where? Oh. Storms tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I know, we have no plans to close. Yeah.
I guess they don't take advantage of it.
No, the house looks pretty close, but no, there's no as of yet. However, if things change.
Because I know
which
she
they
closed.
could, yeah, well, I know it's projected, but this is supposed to be done by the. Yeah, so the two that were projected for this went to rate them. If things change, here's the court saying that we like that. You know. Something like that. I'll go down there. I have to go.
Nope. I mean, I'm on the now. Classy. Yeah.
No, you should.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I sounds like. Oh, I can't.
I'm never. I understand. Yeah.
Sometimes it is.
I see the sign.
Yeah, it's nice to have it.
Cheers, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not good. I think that was.
Right.
It was probably just cold.
Yeah, those are going around. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you see the outside?
No, because I was scared I was gonna give that hand.
I know them all. Oh, it's.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. It's just another, I didn't for a minute doubt it.
What's
What's it like out there? What is the out there? I forgot what it is.
Lawrence County.
Yeah, it's Marty's son's.
Yeah, up like upstate. It's
I'm
getting harder than we are.
I'm pressuring my mom to get my dude the truck. She got a Jeep man, she got sitting on the tree. I'm like, I gotta get that from the tree.
Actually,
You better pick that truck.
make sure it's somewhere safe.
My mom can't do it because she can't drop the picture. She's learned, so it's gotta be that.
But he has to go out there. Actually, he just has to start picking up, right, but
I got some
around
orange
like
tree
8 or
and
9.
I'm watering.
It's indoor.
I will. What do you need? I got it down here. I haven't looked.
Mine's 100%.
Must have the record. I don't like
Okay, ready? Or what kind of shirt you?
what down here.
I was gonna say, if you want mine.
Okay, we're on agenda item 7, 150 Spring Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Yes, ma'am. 150 Spring Street is in Canterbury, Elliott Borough, Council District 6. It is a category 4, circa 1872 in the Old City District. They are requesting a conceptual approval for a new ADU at the rear of property. This is the property's location on Spring Street. Existing site photos. Context of Spring Street. And sandboard map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Frankie. Excuse me, Joel Adrian. Our first look at 150 Spring Street. It's existing survey. And we're looking to add something in that back corner there. The proposed structure is not wider or than the existing structure in the front, so that's hopefully a positive. It does meet all the zoning setback requirements, side yard, rear yard, our parking. I think there was in the previous meeting, Bill, you had mentioned something about the parking spaces being very generous, and maybe scrunching those in to add some landscaping. And unfortunately, the reason for the width is that those cars can actually back out. If I go to a 9-foot space, then there's not like half that parking space is used for the turning radius to kind of get those cars out and to be able to drive out. Whereas if I had a 9-foot space, they're kind of tagging each other. So then just some existing photos. See if I can get to something, get to what we're proposing. So the board's comments at the last time, thank you, were reserved because you did not like anything on the design. And so we have restudied and hopefully made some significant improvements. And as you'll see when you look at those previous and current elevations, that there are significant changes and hopefully trending in a positive direction this time. The unit is smaller than what it was before. It's hopefully moving in a good direction here, but previous roof plan left, proposed roof plan right, and sections you can see are very different in the massing and in the scale. And I'll get into some elevations here for our structure. Have a sheet coming up with no, oh, I missed something. Sorry, there's sheets that are missing that would have happened before and the after. Before was this nice big massive block that was 3 stories. And now I think that's at the board's direction, I had a flat roof, it was stucco, it was square. And the request was to break down mass, to study different roof forms, study different cladding, study different fenestration, study the whole project differently. And so we have a structure now that is proposed still 3-story, third story being basically the half story in the roof using dormers to get some height. The width of the house is basically the same. Depth is a little different. The reduction in square footage comes that there's a different porch on the front, and the third story is much smaller. There you can see, I think this is probably the best one. It's massing to the existing house that's on the site. It's certainly lower in scale, subordinate to the existing home, and hopefully the architecture is starting to relate better back to what's there. And I'll leave it at that.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
All right.
Do we have anyone speaking in the public?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us about this project. Our previous comments about subordination have largely been addressed. However, we'd still encourage further narrowing the footprint to be smaller than the primary building. Thank you.
April Wood, Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for a new ADU at the rear of the property at 150 Spring Street. While we believe that the application has improved since the previous meeting, we continue to have concerns about the architectural direction of the proposed structure. We suggest that the project could be improved with the following modifications. Removal of the roof bed on top of the front porch. This intensifies the massing of the building. Decreasing the depth of the front projection behind the porches for a more proportional building. And increasing the amount of green space on the site. We suggest reducing the mass of the ADU to provide some space for vegetation. Taking up all land on the parcel with driveway and parking does not fit in with the residential context or character of the neighborhood that we are striving to preserve. We respectfully recommend deferral of this request.
Anyone else speaking? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had some observations. The proposal is subordinate in scale and mass. Location of the structure has been shifted to line up with the main house and lessen visibility. The orientation of the gable makes the structure read slightly bigger than the square footage indicates that it is. And the architectural directions is much improved. Staff conditions for approval, we encourage further direct reduction in height. But we are recommending conceptual approval with staff comments and a final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Adrian, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and the city staff comments?
Sure, thank you. Appreciate staff's comments and comments. Just look inside. Certainly go back and talk with my client about seeing if there's a way to push and pull a little bit to change massing. I have an issue with restudy on some of that. So I certainly would appreciate conceptual approval to jump this thing to the next step.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
First of all, Joel, I mean, this is a much better selection, much better. You're much more on the right track now. I think the building is still a large secondary building, but when you take into account building up front, it's a very large house up front. I think it probably works in that sense. I feel very strongly that the site is really squeezed here. And we also need a lot more attention paid to coming up with a good comprehensive site package, details, paving patterns, everything. There's been just very little attention given. I think we were so focused on the building, there's been very little attention given to the site so far. So I'd like to see the site developed some more. Like I said, I think the project's going in a much better direction. I've got a few kind of things I'd like to go over. Just sort of cleanup items. I think a lot of the window proportions are sort of a little odd. And some of the window heights, the heads of the windows seem to be kind of low. So making those adjustments there, I think will go a long way. I think like the roof return where the port roof returns down the side of that front portion of the building. I thought that's a little odd, and I don't think you really need that. And then also if the porch itself, if like was mentioned earlier, if that front section of the house could be reduced a little bit, maybe that would allow the porch to grow in depth a little bit, which would then improve the proportions as well. I'm not sure if the banding between the first and second floor is really all that necessary, if it's really adding anything. The dormer windows, this is just something minor, but I would try to eliminate the little small runs of siding on the front of the dormer, just trim that out, the front out with just the trim itself, and none of little bits of siding. The roof deck, I understand a desire to have it, but I think that's one thing that's sort of impacting the design of that front portion of the building. And in a way, that's almost like we've got two different languages going on here with the building. You have the gable portion, which I think is much more successful. And then to me, the square portion with the roof deck almost looks that's been just sort of attached to it. So I think if the two could marry together a little bit more, and ideally that could be done with elimination of the roof deck and providing some sort of a gable roof form there as well. I'd like to hear what everybody else has got to say.
Okay, yeah, I think April had some good points on her little laundry list of suggestions, and Bill did as well, and so I only have a few to add to that. Building on your comment about the roof of the porch, returning around the sides of that front projection, yeah, I agree, that's not necessary. If the parapet form is gonna be there, I would pull the porch width in and just have a little roof on the porch width and just narrow up the porch itself. And totally agree that the light cuts are just too horizontal. And the second floor appears to be, if not exactly the same height as the first floor, maybe even taller. And so those proportionally are not really working very well.
It's 9-foot ceilings, because I was looking. for
Gotcha.
something.
Okay. But in general, yes, I think it's moving toward a simpler, cleaner design. And if the proportion and details are just kind of tightened up a little bit, I think he'll be in good shape. And I appreciate your humility and your candor. It's nice.
What was I here for the previous one? I think this is going in a good direction. I agree. with everything else said, especially taking the roof deck.
You think taking it off or shrinking it?
I think if you take it off and you have more of a sloped ceiling, a sloped roof there, it's going to help visually reduce the mass, and I think that's a good thing. I do appreciate that when you look at that side view that had the whole, both. Sorry, I zoomed in on mine, wherever you have the side view and the rest of the existing house.
Oh, wait, no, thanks to last.
Yeah, and you've done a good job of kind of stepping up as it goes further back on the side and with the way the gable's oriented. I think from a perspective view, it's gonna work really well, but then that parapet just kind of goes. Just my. Overall, it seems to be in a good direction, especially compared to what I hear. Last time.
All right, going to make a motion for, conceptual approval with board conditions to delete the porch roof return at the sides. Delete the horizontal banding. And restudy window proportions, window and door proportions. To be more traditional
Vertical.
or vertical. And to illustrate proposed green space on the site plan. Proposed green space and hardscape on the site plan.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with board conditions to delete the porch roof return at the sides. Also to delete the horizontal banding, 3 to restudy the window and door proportions to be more vertical, and 4 to illustrate proposed green space and hardscape on the site plan. And do you want to see it again?
Yes.
All right, do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Second.
Motion to a vote. Laura?
Yeah.
Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Agenda item 8, 1130 King Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
Ma'am,
1130 King Street is in North Central, Council District 4. It is a category 4, circuit 1935 in the Historic Corridor District, requesting conceptual approval for removal of non-historic addition and new rear addition. This is the property's location on King Street. Existing site photos. Some context of King Street. And Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Becky Fenno, presenting this project. As Frankie mentioned, we're just south of Maple. Right here, you can see the structure set back from the street. Some photographs. Your streetscapes were a lot better for seeing the building. Now there's a lot of vegetation and it's difficult. The house is set back. And when you're coming north, this structure in the front blocks it a little bit. These are photographs from the BAR file from the 2003 survey. And it's interesting to note the comments on the survey. The fourth floor was replaced with concrete. The windows were replaced. Vinyl and aluminum siding was added. The foundation was windowed, or windows were added. East side shed addition and the balustrade was replaced. So there was a lot of work done on modification done on this structure. These are some photos from the street. This is the south with the driveway. So that's kind of the primary visibility from the street. This is the rear that we're going to be talking about. So we're requesting to remove this addition. Whatever was shown on the Sanborn map, we truly believe is not there now because this is all modern framing with modern windows in it. The survey, our proposal is to remove that addition on the back, the hatched area there. And we're proposing to add a hyphen to bring back the corner of the building here, historic building here. As you look up, I'm not even sure you'd be able to see it around the bay, but we want to define that, add a hyphen, and then we're proposing the addition that doesn't come past the bay window and the turret that you'll see in the elevation. The building does have a ground floor. This is the ground floor plan. The first floor plan, it's important to note that grid line C is kind of helpful. Right now, it's hard when you're in the building, you don't even know where the addition starts because it just flows all the way back. So we are proposing at C to pull in a hyphen and then have the addition at the rear. And this is the second floor, and there's just kind of this amazing little turret up front. And the roof plan, again, important to us to define the existing house and then create the hyphen and the addition at the back. This is the front elevation. So really from the front, there wouldn't be any change because we don't want the addition to come past the bay window. As we look at the driveway elevation from King Street, kind of moving backward, this is the existing building. We want to bring back, when we demolish that addition there, we want to carry that line down. We aren't sure the condition of the siding underneath. We're requesting to remove the vinyl and aluminum and bring back the wood siding, but we'll need to work with staff as to what's there and what the details are. We are asking there is a window here, and we're asking to move it and to mirror it with another new window. These windows the placement is probably original, but the window itself is not. And then as you move back, so we have the definition of the existing historic house. This would be a shiplap hyphen setback, and then the addition itself with the roof line just below the existing roof line and a vocabulary that's distinctive. It's very clear that it's an addition. At the rear, the existing and then the proposed here, that's the full elevation here. And then the north, which is really minimally visible because of the proximity of the other house. We are asking to leave this little piece that's here. And this is a modern window. Actually, they all are, but this one more so, and you can tell by the size of it. We're asking to match the adjacent one here. And then this facade actually will just be very simple. We could have had some windows in it. It is fire rated, but we're so close to that other neighbor. This is it.
Any questions for the applicant?
Just one, Becky, it looks like you got a rear encroachment. Into the rear setback, is it?
We have, actually, the stairs are going into the setback, and that's allowable
Oh, you,
for
okay.
zoning.
I was just wondering if you were having to go for any variance.
No, we do not. We don't. Thank you.
A question for staff. Do we have full purview ever proposed in this location?
Yes, because it'll be new.
Yeah.
Commercial corridor or whatever.
Even though it's not visible, it's still new. Okay, we have.
But I think it is visible from Maple Street. Okay. That's all I have for question.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
Laurel Fay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC appreciates the applicant reaching out to us about this project. As discussed with the applicant today, we are concerned that the enclosed rear porch, which dates to the early 20th century, is visible from Maple Street and should have been subject to demolition review. If an addition is to be pursued, the footprint should allow the form of the porch element to remain legible and convey the evolution of this property. We encourage retaining the existing porch form, stepping in further on the south elevation, and engaging more sensitively with the existing roof line. We also encourage restudy of the program of the addition to eliminate the need for blank bays on the south elevation. Finally, we encourage minimizing fenestration changes on the historic house to the greatest extent possible. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, staff conditions for approval, one, we believe that the proposal should telescope down and plan and should have the same offset as the north side. And that the blank bays also feel odd, and we recommend further study of details. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval, staff comments, and a final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Becky, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comment or the public comment? All right, public comment to the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Thank you. The first condition, what does that mean?
We have used the same wording before. The way BD refers to it is that we feel the structure should basically step downward as you're going back, both in plan and in elevation. So I just step in from the side and down in height.
All right, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with the conservation groups that, or society at least, that that rear roof form, not the walls, clearly they've been infilled, you know, and the first floor has been widened and everything, but roof form does really seem to correspond to the Sanborn maps as being part of a two-story porch. And I mean, I totally appreciate what you're doing, and I think the intentions are really good, but just as a formality, I feel like we should probably look at that unless someone is absolutely sure that that's not the case, because you just turn the corner on Maple Street, you can fully see that back elevation.
The foundation seems to correspond to the porch concept at the back. What kind of emerged the porch? The Sanborns.
There, Frankie provided them, right? Didn't you, Frankie?
Hmm?
Sanborn maps, just so
Sure, sorry,
I can see.
I was trying to make sure I wrote down everything you said.
No, yeah. Whether that's the case or not, I think that the goals that are desired are achievable one way or another, but it just seems like that piece of what I think is the historic fabric should be reviewed for demolition, like the other.
Are you talking about preserving the roof form
Of that back
of that back?
porch.
That's deserves acknowledgement.
Yeah.
Somehow. And even if, it might be totally possible to hyphenate it. I mean, it seems like the proposed hyphen roof line is in that same, at that same height. And that might all work, but I think it should be clarified that that piece is original. I think the roof, not the walls.
I agree with that.
I don't know, if you guys think it.
Well, we talk about form a lot up in this area as well, but it's not just the materials, it's the form. And you can incorporate that. I'll leave that to you all.
I mean, if it could be incorporated, I'm just trying to think how it could be. I think it's something that's worth studying. Regarding everything else, there's a lot of great things going on. First of all, this is a really cool house. I've never really noticed it before up there. The things like removing the siding and will make a huge difference in kind of bringing this lady back to life. I think the overall, I know we're kind of discussing how the main body of the house connects to the addition by way of what probably porch, but other than that, I think the addition works well. The reason why I had asked about setback, if you're going for one, was, if you were going for one, why not bring that side wall in and then just go further back on the lot? But it sounds like you're not going down that direction, so.
And the proposed north wall of the addition is blank, right? No fenestration. Is that because of the setback? No. Room there.
I think it's proximity to the neighbor.
Right, you can see
There's
the
the view from there.
proximity.
Oh, that's gonna be so.
I think there are some opportunities. If code allows, there are some opportunities with the floor plan, to maybe get some windows on that side. But maybe the bed wall flips. Some,
Super close to the house next door.
yeah.
Does, thank you, do you as representing staff have any feelings about anything with that? Like, do you think like that if you felt like that was an original piece and it was visible from the street, that it would have warranted a site visit?
I think if we had thought it was original, it would have warranted a site visit, yes. At the time of writing the agenda and scheduling site visits, that wasn't the direction we were thinking.
You could consider a deferral for the site visit if you wanted to look at that roof form.
Even just asking for more information about the framing or information to date it for sure. Maybe the roof framing might give them some indication.
Sure, okay. So how about motion for approval to allow the applicant and staff
Approval or deferral?
for deferrals? To allow the applicant and staff to determine, the age of the rear porch roof.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral to allow the applicant and staff to determine the age of the rear porch roof. Do I have a second?
Second.
Laura, the motion to a vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Laura?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 9, 1106 King Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction overview of the project, please?
(1106) King Street is in North Central District 4. It is a category 4, circa 1944 in the historic quarter district. They're requesting a rear alteration, fenestration alterations, and a balcony. This is the property's location on King Street. Some existing site photos. Context of King Street. And sandboard map showing the history of the property. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Luke Morris with Coast Architects. So this is 1106 King Street. And as was presented, these are some context photos. It's a corner site. It was originally a pharmacy on the ground floor, Rose Garden Pharmacy. And it has been boarded up for I don't know how long. And essentially the plan is to renovate the ground floor to be a shell for a future retail space. And then work on the upper floor, renovate the upper floor to be a residential unit, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So on the ground floor exterior, the corner portion, and let's get to the. So this is, sorry about that, we were on the existing. So this is the new floor plan for the ground floor, and then the upper floor. Ground floor would just be a retail shell space for a future tenant. Second floor would be a residential space, 3-bed, 2-bath. These are some elevations. So essentially we'd be renovating the corner portion of the building at the corner of the street there to what we think was the original retail facade. And then we were kind of debating the ramp at the front there to the secondary entrance that is on the property to make it ADA accessible. But whether or not the board feels like it's appropriate, we did provide a ramp at the rear of the building for ADA access. And then we are essentially enclosing, sorry for jumping around so much, but there is an existing porch at the back of the building that's under the hip roof that is held up by 2x4s, and I think the grace of God, honestly. You can see it there. And we are proposing and closing that to capture some more square footage, since it's under the original or the overall hip roof structure of the building. And then we wanted to add a balcony at the front for the residential unit to kind of address the street, and give whoever would be living in there, kind of that indoor, outdoor, porch that they otherwise would not have. These are some renderings, showing the renovation on the ground floor of the corner retail portion, and the balcony above that, along with the, ramp at the front. And then this is, rear from, adding parking, so we would be adding, one ADA parking spot at the rear, and then, one normal parking spot with gravel. The ADA spot would obviously be concrete. Otherwise, any questions?
I have a couple. Are there any storefront elements behind the plywood? I mean, I see one just to the right of the door. There's a transom there, but are there any others behind the plywood?
No, it's completely open. On the inside, it's all gutted. So it's just bare stud, and you can kind of see the framed openings from what was there. So you can see that there were or at least one transom, but probably multiple transoms, kind of like we're showing in the renovation.
Got it. Oh my gosh, weather, sorry. Okay, and you're not gonna take away that cool tile, are you?
No,
Okay.
we are going to be preserving that.
That's not on your plan, so I was worried about it.
No, we will be keeping that, even if it's not a pharmacy in the future.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, and ACS has reviewed the application for alteration to 1106 King Street, and we are pleased that this corner store may once again be occupied. We have no objection to the proposed project except for the proposed balcony and changing the window to a door on the front elevation. We believe these alterations will negatively impact the historic character of the front facade. We respectfully recommend denial of this aspect. Thank you for your consideration.
Laurel Faye with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSC is glad to see a proposal for this much needed rehabilitation of a prominent corner building in North Central. We are not opposed to the proposed accessibility adaptations, but otherwise encourage as light of a touch as possible to the existing historic fabric and avoiding conjectural changes not supported by historical documentation. Without evidence that there was previously a balcony or door on the second floor of the front elevation, we cannot support this alteration. Further, the application does not provide information on the age and condition of the existing storefront windows, which are currently boarded up. I'll leave you to mention that just now. If replacement windows are necessary, any available historic photographs should be used as a reference. Lastly, while the PSC agrees that there's room for improvement at the rear of this property, Sanborn maps indicate there has historically been a two-story porch at this location, and this space should remain open in lieu of the proposed infill. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? Okay. Frank, you could give us some staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff has observation, the proposal in filling an existing porch, which does not appear to be original to the structure. And staff conditions for approval, the second floor balcony is atypical and should be eliminated with the paired windows remaining. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff comments and a final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Morris, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
No, I kind of figured that the balcony would be seen as atypical. it was worth a shot, but, and to be fair, so the intent was, to make that to address the street, so that the residential owner can kind of address the street, Christopher Alexander kind of pattern language thing. And I do know that it's atypical for this historic portion of the peninsula. I do kind of view history as building on itself, so, while it may not have been historically, typical, that doesn't mean that it couldn't kind of be massaged to work with the building. But I completely understand it either way. And then infilling, it was one of those things that's like, I know that typically BAR doesn't like to infill an existing porch like the rear one, but I felt like it was appropriate given that it's under the overall structure of the hip roof. But otherwise, I don't have anything else to clarify. So.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed, so we'll move into board discussion for the vote.
Thank you. We have the Sanborn map. I mean, do they show a porch?
They do show a porch.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But you're gonna lose your balcony more than likely. Back porch would be a great amenity.
And I do understand that.
We have good news and bad news.
It's a little funky on the retail portion of it. It could make sense on the residential portion of it. But I can understand one way or the other. It was also intended to keep the corner boards essentially. And the remaining entablature matches up essentially with the entablature on the rest of the building. So it really is a monolithic roof that would just be infilled. But
Yeah, I mean, as candidates for porch infill go, this is above average. There's no second floor system there. There's no first floor system there. It's just, is the second floor system intact now?
so, and I don't
Not
know.
original, is it? No, it's just like a deck. No,
Yeah, it's a wood deck.
It looks really
on a stick.
I don't know.
I feel like it sticks.
So there are
It's like a
4x6s
Here.
that come down.
Julia.
And the existing foundation, I believe, is maybe a brick or two. And the 4x6 doesn't even extend all the way down to that. There's 2x4s that are spliced on that. I think that's the grace of God part. So.
There's no floor on, there's no floor right now.
Not on the ground floor.
Yeah.
There is on the second floor, but it's like
Decky.
normal deck board, like someone went by and got some one bys or something.
Thank you.
All right, so we're talking now?
Yep.
Okay, good. Totally agree that the front elevation is original and nice and should not be changed for a balcony. I have, I guess, a late breaking question, that I already know the answer to, but what is the compelling reason to have two accessible entries? I mean, I'm all about accessibility, but it seems like the one ramp you have back right next to the parking space would be adequate for accessibility without having a second one right in the front of the building.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just not sure how it's gonna be used, since it is just a shell retail space right now. What I've always been taught with ADA is that the accessible entrance shouldn't be like completely separate from the main entrance. So that was just kind of the mindset behind that. The other approach to it could be that the front ramp isn't there or is not included in the overall renovation of the building, but if a future tenant, if it works with their floor plan to need to add the ramp, that's a possibility. But it could go one way or the other, I guess.
Sure.
Can I ask a related question?
Mhm.
And this, I apologize that I don't know the answer, but the railing that you have on that, does it need to meet that 4-inch same code that we put on a higher railing, or can it be a lighter railing?
Believe it needs to be
It's hard to
4-inch.
tell from the height.
Yeah,
It's not 30 inches.
Right.
you do have the, well, maybe it's a 6-inch sphere at the top of the ramp. And then the railing or the balustrade essentially within it could be less. I don't know off the top of my head, but I believe it's 6 inches from the top of the ramp regardless of the amount of drop for ADA. And then I think it's like allows a 1/2 inch drop, or it could require a 4-inch tall curb along the ramp, like concrete curb or something like that.
Hmm.
But that said, it could be made, like, we could look at it to make it less conspicuous. The idea was that we just follow the same wrought iron.
Yeah.
If we had kept the balcony.
I would be in favor of just eliminating, and then if a tenant came in and it was needed, say if the front and rear space was split, you know, and you needed the two, address it at that point there, but I think it sure would be nice not to have it on the front. And I agree that the balcony just needs to go. It's atypical. I like the preservation groups mentioned, if you can find some old photos of what the storefront they've looked at, you know, use those as a pattern. If not, there are plenty of historic storefronts you can find to kind of give you some guidance on that. As far as the back porch goes, I think it could be a great amenity for the upstairs residential unit. And I think it at least the upstairs should be an open porch, maybe not the downstairs. It'd be nice if it were, but maybe the downstairs, the fenestration could be such that it kind of reads that it gives a nod of it what's being porch. I'm excited about seeing this building redone. It's been boarded up for a very, very long time. But I think overall, there are some very positive changes.
Okay, I agree with. I agree with Bill on the balcony, the back porch, that maybe we can make that kind of concession that maybe the ground floor is enclosed. Which could make sense as a commercial space even way back. And then the open second floor porch. The storefront, I think, is going in the right direction based on what's existing there, and that it's picking up some of those same lines.
Just one other, some minor thing, the back parking lot there, is, as you develop this a little bit more, instead of just, because these things always seem to be an afterthought, instead of just throwing some gravel down, provide some sort of structure, you know, some sort of hard edge or something, maybe an apron out by the street, just to give some order to it. So it looks like it's something that was intentional and designed and not an afterthought.
Okay. Multi-pronged, but I'm trying, a motion for approval of the storefront concept. Deferral of the second ramp at the front. Deferral of proposed porch infill for restudy. Partial open porch.
A second floor?
Oh, just partial open porch is fine. And I guess denial of balcony.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval of the storefront concept, deferral of the second ramp at the front.
Second ramp at the front.
Yeah, my writing is disjointed. And also deferral of the proposed rear porch infill for restudy of a partial open porch and denial of the balcony. We have a second for Julia's motion.
Second.
Laura, put the motion to a vote. Bill,
Yeah.
Julia,
In favor.
Laura.
Yay in favor.
The chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 10, 39 Berry Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview of the project, please. Tornado warning. Give that alert.
Let's not care about us.
This is why, I.
Evacuate after I go.
Okay. After we. I don't know why I wrote on different lines. It's okay.
Yeah, for real safe here. That could be a tunnel, we wouldn't even know it.
Start hearing sirens. I think we're all safe.
We have 3 more. Let's just. Let's go.
Okay, Frankie, take it away.
39 Berry Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is not surveyed circa 1954 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for a second floor addition over sunroom. This is the property location on Berry Street. Existing site photos. Some context of Berry Street. And we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Robbie Marty and I'm representing the homeowners for 39 Berry Street. We are, we're proposing to kind of do 4 things, 2 sort of larger and a couple smaller. So this house was built in 1954. And as you can see from the Sanborn maps here, the one on the right-hand side, it was actually waterfront at one point in time. And
Not 1954, right?
no, I mean, yeah. kind of.
Yeah. Okay, okay.
It's original, it's filled. And you know, y'all know probably Berry Street floods, but that doesn't matter for this situation.
Oh, yeah.
So what we are asking to do, so it's just a brick structure, and on the south side, there is there's a sun porch. The sun porch was originally a screen porch. We do have the original blueprints, which is kind of neat. And the house really is, we believe, largely unchanged. It's a little bit hard to tell. The front and rear porches are a bit different from the blueprints, but that could just be because they constructed the porches differently than what was drawn on the original drawings. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to add an addition over that sun porch. And so you can kind of see on this elevation that we're proposing to do just a painted wood panel design that that seems to be compatible with this. And one of the things that I know is sort of a design directive is typically to drop the eave height of an addition below the existing building eave. In this particular case, this is sort of tricky because the ceiling heights are 8 feet. The heads of the windows are at 7. And as you can see from this drawing, the heads of the windows are right at the eave line. So if we drop the porch or the addition over the sun porch eave down, then we're beginning to mess with the ceiling height of that little addition. And so to address the secondary issue, but also try to maintain a livable ceiling height, I've kept the eave of the addition porch the same, but dropped the pitch to a 4 and 12 from like a 6 and 12. And so really from the ground floor, there would be, or just the ground outside, this would help the roof be minimally visible. It's just a hip design. And then also the ridge of that addition is well below the ridge of the existing building, and which I think is important because the existing building has this really sweet, like its little ends have this little drop, and then there's this, just little half moon kind of window on each of the gable ends. And so, that really needs to be sort of the focus. And so I think that this treating the roof this way helps that.
Then the second sort of larger part that we're proposing is to remove the existing rear steps and entry, which are just pretty small and really just more utilitarian type of entry, and do a covered porch across the full length of the rear side that seems to be typical of houses of this age and style to have a porch like this. We shifted the steps to the porch to the driveway side, so it's just just sort of a long columned porch. And then the last two elements, we'd like to do a portico railing above the entry porch. There's a little window in the center. I think that actually used to be a bathroom, like a little hall bathroom in the center of the second floor, and which would explain why the window is shorter, but it's just sort of awkward, and we felt like putting this low rail over the entry porch would help sort of make the entry stand out a little bit more, and also address that or balance out that awkwardness between the top of the existing porch roof and that small window. And then last, we'd like to just put there's some hinges left, some shutter dogs, and we just like to restore the original shutters that were there. And I think that is all. Are there any questions?
One, the existing windows in the sunroom, they're noted as have been replaced as vinyl at some point.
Actually, all the windows in the house
Oh,
were
in our
replaced
house.
as
Okay.
as vinyl, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking?
Laurel Bay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The PSD appreciates the applicant reaching out to us on this project. Overall, this proposal represents a light touch to the building. If the second floor sunroom addition is to be pursued, it should be less impactful to the historic hitch roof. We encourage the project team to explore a roof form that engages below the eave line of the historic roof.
Frankie, if you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, I've got some observations. The existing porch is very solid. Proposed addition has a much lighter element. And we felt like this was a logical, that did not come out right when I typed. It is a logical placement for an addition. Staff recommendation is removing the unusable railing above the door, and you're recommending a conceptual approval with staff comment.
Do you want to respond to or clarify anything?
Sure, that just sort of to repeat that I understand sort of the eave and the height, but again, it's really a function of the addition being functional with the ceiling height. And that and we really do like the railing above the front porch. We're proposing that it would be a wrought iron with painted wood posts, and feel like the language is compatible with the design and style of the existing building. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Regarding the front elevation, when I look at it, I see a lot of negative space. So I think the railing actually helps. And it's a detail that you often saw on houses of this vintage. I also think that the proposed shutter will also help dress this house up and fill some of the negative space on the front. Regarding the rear porch, I think it's a good move. I think there's detail as well. I agree with you, Marty, that it would be really tough to tuck underneath that eave. The way that the windows already engage that engage the eave up there, and yeah, house of this age is not uncommon to have 8-foot ceilings up there. I do think that there's sort of a disconnect between what's going on the first floor of the sunroom and the addition above, and I'm wondering if that's why I was asking about the windows. if the vinyl were only in the addition and could they be changed out to match the upper ones or the upper ones to match the lower ones. But, and I understand what you're doing. You're trying to differentiate the old from the new, but I think in this case here, and I normally agree with that, but I think in this case here, it's just too much going on the extrusion here. I would like to see it a little more cohesive.
The same thought about the windows, and for the same reason, but
Yeah.
I know that trying to differentiate, that it just, and especially on the side, because the side elevation seems to have casements on that existing lower sunroom, and it just seemed like too much.
Yeah.
Different things were happening, so.
I think.
So what would you guys envision for the side elevation, the south elevation, which has approximately
Good
1
question.
million
Yeah.
divided by like, goodness.
Will it
It's all
have to
vinyl, there's tiny little panes.
We can just say it, you know, through the development in the next stage. Work on the construction details.
Sure, Robin can figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think it's all pretty good, and I really understand why the eaves need to be at the same state, in this case. So I would make a motion for conceptual approval with a board condition to, strengthen the relationship between the fenestration at the first and second floor of the addition. And final review by staff.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with a board condition to strengthen the relationship of the fenestration between the first and second floor of the addition and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
I'll second.
You, Bill, with the motion to a vote, Laura?
Yay.
Julia?
In favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, agenda item 11, 87 Church Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview of the project, please.
87 Church Street, Charleston, Council District 8, and a Category 1 in the Oldham Historic District. I'm requesting conceptual approval to replace existing wood gate with powder coated steel gate. This is the property's location on Church Street. Some existing site photos. Context of Church Street. And a historic photo from the Historic Charleston Archives. And we're showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, my name is Elise Reagan and I'm the Chief of Education for the Charleston Museum, and I'm representing the Charleston Museum and our Director Carl Gort, along with David Benjamin, who is our Chief of Maintenance as well. So we are here, we're excited to be here. I oversee both of our historic house properties that we own, the Joseph Manigault House and the Hayward Washington House. The Charleston Museum has had the privilege of stewarding the Hayward Washington House since 1929, so for almost 100 years. During that time, the property became the first house museum in Charleston in the state of South Carolina, and today serves as the oldest house museum open to the public within the city itself. Today, we're here to ask for your approval for a replacement gate located on the side of the house, which gives access to the property's driveway. The design for the new powder-coated steel gate is based on the oldest photograph of the Hayward Washington House, which dates to 1883. You can see it here. So the gate itself is not actually the wrought iron or the ironwork, but there is ironwork in the front of the property. The ironwork is clearly present to the front of the house. It is mimicked by the design for the new gate. This new design also allows passersby to take a peek into the workyard and outbuildings, allowing them to peer back into history. The visibility through this gate will also serve to entice visitors to the Hayward Washington House while maintaining the historical character of the property and the neighborhood. As America's first museum, founded in 1773, we take pride in the role we play in the heritage of our area's history and have been strong stewards of both historical properties in our care. It has always been our goal to present these properties as historically accurate and adding to the beauty and charm of Charleston. Thank you for your consideration. This matter. Any questions for the applicant?
You have, you want to show us the drawing of the?
Yes, I do. This is the current gate now. It's just a temporary plywood gate. And then we have the drawing. It's not
gonna be sideways?
No. It'll be the proper orientation. That would be quite interesting. A whimsical approach. It will be the proper orientation for it. There we go. Perfect.
Again, I'm David Benjamin, I'm the Chief of Facilities. I was heavily involved with the design of this gate, and what we were trying to do is just simplicity so that we didn't take away from the house and the architecture of the carriage house and the kitchen house behind. We wanted you to look through the gate and see that and not necessarily look at the gate as a architectural standout.
Is that Mike Dubois that drew that?
No, this was just a contractor, SF Metals, who actually fabricated a gate.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do you have anyone speaking?
April Lawrence, for Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for approval to replace the existing wood gate with powder coated steel gate at 87 Church Street. The Hayward Washington House is a Category 1 building and should set an example to the community for conservation best practices. We do not have an objection to replacing the wood gate with a metal gate. However, we believe it is important that the replacement gate reflect the architectural craftsmanship that the house in our city is known for. We respectfully recommend denial of this application and recommend that a traditional wrought iron gates are crafted for this important property. Thank you.
Laurel Fay with Preservation Society of Charleston. Given the significance of the Hayward Washington House as a Category 1 building, an important interpretive site, authentic, high-quality materials are preferred in place of substitute materials. And this project could be a great opportunity to engage artisans with the American College of the Building Arts to create a gate for this site, drawing inspiration from ironwork depicted in historic photographs. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking? All right, Frank, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
So we did not find any direct evidence of a steel gate previously being there, and the proposal is drawing precedent from a previous fence on a knee wall. The proposal indicates a generic steel tubing gate, which we think is inappropriate in material and design for a Category 1. So staff conditions for approval would be to use wrought iron instead of steel tubing, and to reset the design to be more decorative and ornate in keeping with the historic house. And provide structural and construction drawings to indicate how the gate is being constructed. I can't talk today. Constructed and attached to the columns. And it should include wrought iron with welded joints and concealed fasteners.
Thank you, Frankie. Ms. Reagan?
Yes.
Do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments or
Yes.
recommendations?
First, we do not have any type of historic documentation that there was ever any type of wrought iron or steel iron gate. It's always in the pictures that we've seen. It's been just one of those plank wood gates, which would be what we have currently. Wrought iron has also proven to be difficult to attain and very, 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 very expensive. And as a nonprofit organization, sometimes that funding is an issue for us as well. David, is there anything you wanted to add to that? He knows more about the construction side of it.
One of the other things we also did was look at, even though it is a house museum, it's in a residential street. So we didn't want to overshadow other homeowners as well with this ornamental fancy gate when the other gates on every other house on the street are plain steel or steel tube-built gates, even though they're not necessarily considered the same property classification as ours. We just didn't want to overshadow what looked to be on the norm of the residential area. Also, again, we're just looking to, like she said, originally it was all just completely closed wooden gates. It was so you could draw your horse carriage through the back to the carriage house. We won't be able to see what's back there and have a function with affordability and the style of what would fit in with the current residential area.
Thank you. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. Move into board discussion and a vote.
Agree with the wrought iron. And I like Laurel's idea about the College of Building Arts. Because even when I was with the Clemson program, we built some. I did a class with the Clemson program. It's similar, and we certainly didn't get paid, but we were helping somebody and building wrought iron pieces and parts. That could be a like great collaboration.
You do great work too.
Yeah. Is there still a chance to make a comment?
Unfortunately, not unless there's a question for it.
Have you considered?
So we did reach out to them. We did reach out to them and they made a conceptual design that was 3 times the cost of what we're looking at here. So that is why.
Could they simplify it? Like, I wonder if you could use some of those photos, and it doesn't have to be a bunch of scrolly.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think generally the concept of what you want to do is justifiable. The gate that was there before was pretty, but I understand that it, has rotted and it's not relevant to the history of the property. I get that. But I think even just looking closely at the old photograph you have, there is a little more detail than what you're proposing, and clearly the material is a wrought iron proper gate for fence. So I mean, I think there's a way to kind of navigate that so that you can have true wrought iron, which would be appropriate for that property, and maybe simplify whatever was discussed before. But yeah, just tube steel for the Hayward Washington would just be sad.
I agree with what's been said. Wrought iron is what really needs to be there. It's what would have been there. Maybe not in the form of a garage, a driveway gate, but the other fence in front of the house would have been wrought iron. Steel is just it's gonna look like steel. It's not gonna have the richness of wrought iron. And even if this were, this is a category 1, even if this were category 4, we would still be saying those steel gates, it would need to be wrought iron. It's just sort of the way it's done down in the historic district.
I will make a motion with that condition. Motion for denial for restudy with board and staff comments following staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor for denial for restudy with board and staff comments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Laura, put the motion to a vote. Bill?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Laura?
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item 12. Oh, I'm missing from this. Julia.
Agenda item number 12 is 72 Smith Street.
Gotcha. 72 Smith Street is in Charleston Village, Council District 8. It is a Category 3 circa 1887 in the old historic district. Requesting conceptual approval for alterations to front and the second floor rear addition. This is the property's location on Smith Street. Sorry, existing site photos. Context of Smith Street. Historic photos of the house. And Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
I'm Nielsen Wilkinson, the owner. And this is a resubmission for, I guess, drawings that meet submittal requirements, so. We started with sandworm maps, I guess. Sorry. There's another structure, and I'm noting this is not there anymore, this porch. We're there now, unfortunately. The girls' room. This is looking over the street. It's the rear addition of what we're gonna be talking about. These windows are vinyl. These windows are vinyl. They're wood. Let's see here. These are aluminum. And small. I know we addressed this last time in the meeting too, just kind of going over it. Siding. I guess it's called Dutch siding.
Zoom out.
Sorry.
It's me.
Sorry.
I have paper too, if anybody wants to look at it. I mean, there's a little bit more detail, I think. You got it. Okay. All right, let's see here. Existing and proposed. And on these.
Better.
Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. Okay. Here you can see what is here with the stairs here. And they're gone now in here. Some new proposal for the piazza screen entrance. New ones here. It shows the old floor or the old footprint. And removed. Here. This is an important note. If in salvageable condition, existing walls and floor system to be raised, finished floor to be set with level with that of the front portion of the house. Proposed second floor plan. As you can see, these are modern. I have not found any old portion for this part of the house yet. And I don't have any, I could not find any places where the columns were that would have been a part of the old structure that it's shown in the sandboard map at all. Like I went all underneath here. It's kind of crazy. Which is part of the reason why we want to lift it up, because we get water coming this way and then returns underneath this part of the house. In the photograph from 1944, I guess, there's shows divided light on that, on the street facing side. What's in there? I don't know if it will return backwards, but it's kind of showing the reason why we're trying to go to divided light and shutters, of course. And this is the new piazza screen proposed. And you can see in these drawings, the existing stairs are now gone. See right there. Trying to make a lot more harmony with cutting the fenestration from the front part of the house to bring it into the new addition to add a lot of harmony. That's what I'm hoping for. That's it.
Do you have a question?
Two questions. One, I think you kind of answered it. So the rear portion that's one story, there's no evidence that you found so far that that's the same building that was on the Sanborn.
I haven't found any yet, and I can't find it in the walls. There might be something in the joists. There's some older boards, but I won't know until we really tear apart a little bit more underneath there. I went pretty far. But there could be some big timbers that we could save possibly.
The Sanborn maps indicated it was a one-story.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, it had a
With the
different
porch.
address too.
And it wasn't attached, right?
It wasn't
it
attached,
wasn't
I think
attached.
51, we think, somewhere in there.
Do you have the photograph you referred to of?
I have it on my phone, but if we could go back, it was in here actually.
those?
Yeah. let's go back. So
Yeah,
that was
because that
one
was
part,
another
we were
question.
kind of asked to try and do as much due diligence. Find out as much of the history as possible. So we thought there was a plat from 1876, but it was not. It was built in 1990 for the owners previous to us. So there it is. You got it. No. So we're noticing, I think they're different size too. They look graduated to me. But that would, you know, you could put a tape on it. But these are definite true divided light.
Yeah. So you're proposing to increase the size of this one?
That's correct. And also to get rid of the picture frame window that's, let's see, on the piazza now. There's a large one. I'm gonna get rid of that and then mimic these two as well here. Try and add some more light into that room. That room is beautiful too right now. Just the design of them. This will enhance it quite a bit.
But do you think those windows were originally larger?
I think so, but I was the person that went behind the walls to do all the, and I found notches where they were, but.
Yeah, I walk the street a lot because I live a block over and.
You live on
they do-
Pitt or?
On Pitt, yeah, they do look, they've always looked like they were an odd size.
They look odd to me too, and if you look at Dan Rogge's house, but there's another thing too, Dan Rogge, the neighbor at 70, he might have he wrote a letter that would be nice to be read into the record because I believe it had something architecturally significant. But his house to the right, the house to the left, they're all like that. They're longer, they're taller, excuse me. Yeah, I can show you many examples of it.
On your house, all the windows are that size. The sill height is the same in every room of the old part, or some of them?
So they're all kind of a mix match. The most original one, I think, is this one that is right here underneath the second floor piazza. And it has the pane, the glass is old, and it would have been protected historically the most. Therefore, I think it's what remains as the second floor windows. And there's lots of examples of that in the neighborhood where you have a graduated, I don't know, I don't have to. So, sorry, any more questions? I love my neighborhood.
No, so thank you.
Okay.
Are there any public comments?
Laurel Hay with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the additional information provided since the last review. This house has clearly undergone numerous alterations since the mid-20th century, and the intent to reverse later changes is positive. However, there's still a couple of outstanding questions that need to be addressed as this project moves forward. Sanborn maps show that there's historically been a one-story building with a one-story porch in this location as early as 1902. It appears that alterations have resulted in significant loss of historic material, but it is unclear what the existing roof material is and what historic fabric remains. On the main house, detailed photographs of windows would be helpful in assessing their age and condition. The proposed replacement windows are larger than the existing openings with a different light cut, and we would like to understand if there's documentation to support this or whether this change is conjectural. We appreciate the applicant acknowledging some of these comments earlier tonight and hope that that can be part of the conversation. Thank you.
April Wood is Charleston Foundation. We agree with the comments that were made by Preservation Society, and I was also gonna suggest there's a few people in your neighborhood that would be really great resources, like Carter Hutchins and David Hoffman, who can read a historic building, and they might be willing to come and help you identify and document that evolution to help you provide more information. Thank you.
Any more public comment? No? Okay, Eric? Staff recommendations?
Okay, staff has some observations. Proposed roof is tucked under the existing roof eave. And we had some conditions for approval that the windows on the new second floor addition should either match existing paired windows on the first. Windows should either match the existing paired windows on the second floor, or have all single windows as seen on the proposed first floor. If paired windows are approved, they should not have inoperable shutters. Staff recommendation is a conceptual approval with staff comments and a final review by staff.
Was there any staff discussion about the window sizes?
We thought they were going back to match a historic size, so that was our understanding from the drawings.
Right, thank you, Frankie. We are now in board discussion.
Regarding windows, I walk that area a lot. This house has always struck me as being a little long. I mean, my gut feeling is that they were probably made smaller sometime just so someone could just use a stock window there. And that they were probably historically larger, more vertical proportion. I think they're, just like last time, there's some fantastic things that are going to be going on here with the piazza screen being introduced, steps put into the stairway, that sort of stuff. So everything on the front of the house, I think, spot on, including any of the window changes. The addition, it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, is this addition, is that a part of what was a historic one-story building or not? I don't know, but assuming it's not, and we're looking at what's being presented, the roof tucks in nicely underneath the main roof. I would suggest that maybe just to distinguish this, assuming this is not remnants of an old building, but to maybe reduce the siding profile on this portion, the addition, just to help distinguish it from the more original part of the house. And then also, instead of matching the same light cut, maybe you go in there with a 2/2 or something, just so that you can say, okay, this was the original form, this was the addition afterwards.
So I have a question, because I did try to pull up the 51 Sanborn map of 55, and that one-story building still shows, but we don't know if it was demolished.
We don't know.
If there's no evidence that that's not the original that's we see on Sanborn maps, and you're trying to lift it, and you're doing changes to walls and everything, and it's not in good shape to begin with, I wonder, and I don't know if this is the wrong thing to say, but I wonder if you don't demolish that one-story part and build an addition that can then step in from both sides, which I guess would be north steps in already, and south, the driveway side does not step in, it steps out. And so that corner is proud, which then makes it difficult to resolve the roof line.
Yep.
But if there's not enough to make it worth trying to lift that little portion that's left. Like it may be more cost effective just to take it down and build it at the height you need to, and then you can design it in the way we typically do, like we were talking about earlier, with telescopes inward as well as coming down. And you could still have the same basic thing, but you're trying to deal with. And I know we like to deal with old, but I just wonder if it's 1980s construction anyway, what's the point of trying to keep it and raise it? When you could get a better addition.
Have a second floor onto it. It doesn't really got any condition. That makes sense to me. I don't really have anything to add.
I mean, I think the general direction is going great, and if you need to keep that, you can, but I hate the way it just jogs out on that one side. That's just one of my pet peeves. So don't stop it because of it.
Motion,
Oh, and I was gonna say too, with the windows, it would be cool if we had it, like you said, you'd opened up the inside, and it'd be interesting to just to have that documentation of here's where we think those windows were, if we're gonna change them to have the confirmation.
So let me ask the applicant one thing. So the height of the windows on the south side, on the piazza, is that what you're proposing would be? the
Yeah,
full
that's
height
what I
of
think
the-
was original.
Okay.
And so if you take that line across from that picture frame, so there's two side lights that are there. Those are in line with what we're proposing. So there's already something there in that room that would have been like covered. So these two would have been protected above also and below. Now, there's no way for us to like know when that thing was put in there, but it clearly was taken out. So true divided light was ripped out of that and someone put that in.
Sure.
So that line, all we're proposing for that is to, add to the graduation of this house.
And I would agree with April that it would be great if you could get a neighbor in there who's really savvy about, looking in walls and really making a clear determination of what it used to be. It'd be great. But I mean, personally, I feel like I'm convinced, and it sounds like you guys are pretty much convinced that that's the right thing to do. And
From 12. What's the consensus on the, with what Laura, what's the consensus on the addition?
be worth it to Pearl.
Is it, if he gets in there and it's not something he can work with, then does he come back to the board or?
If it were a new addition, we would want it to step in from the historic corner and not step out.
It could be,
Especially if you're adding a second floor, I think there's gonna be structural issues.
and the basic form could stay the same, and you could almost just like pinch in that, the, where you have the doors and the stairs coming down. Pinch that in as a height. Rest of it could probably remain that same form. It's just pinching in those two areas. Because, I mean, you're correct, that this were all new, we would not be approving it like this.
I just wonder if it's considering the condition, like even the condition of the windows and the siding, it's not in great condition as it is. It's probably a later construction. All right, maybe we should try to save that. But that might need just confirmation that this really isn't what we see on the sample maps. I don't know how to do this. We're rethinking their project. Sorry.
Well, I mean. Let's be clear about it. I think.
Frankie, have you guys done any digging to see if you could find anything that might tell you if this was what was on the sample?
Nothing more than what we've got in there, no.
Would there be VAR records, I guess, or you already looked, I guess, at the house to see if there was anything back in, I don't know, the seventies or eighties that might show us the new construction or new.
I don't think we've found anything, but if it was in the seventies, that would be archived in records, and I don't think we've reached out to them.
I mean, if it were original, it's not gonna accept a second floor and all these changes, it would have to be reconstructed. So,
I mean, I personally think you're gonna spend more money trying to lift this thing and build on top of it than if you were just to start from scratch, honestly.
So then do we suggest a deferral to then put in an application for demo and tweaking the floor plan? The addition plan?
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna take a lot tweaking on.
No, I don't think so either.
I think you
can-
just
it's
pinch
going
it there
right
in the
direction.
middle for the two join to create a hyphen.
I don't think I'm supposed to, but I have to.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's right. Okay, so I make a motion that we, sorry, defer you again. For, to allow restudy of the age of the existing addition for possible demolition. With the board comment that the addition is going in, that the addition as designed is going in the right direction. Can I do that? Is that- as supportive? Yeah.
Can we separate out what he's proposing on the front half? So we don't hold him up on that
Sorry.
and just
It's better.
do your deferral on the rear portion.
Okay. Can I start over?
Yeah.
Okay. So. I make a motion for conceptual approval of the changes proposed at the existing original portion of the house, the front part of the house. Final review by staff. And deferral of the addition for restudy of potential demolition and slight modification of the proposed addition. Does that make sense?
Deferral of addition for
Deferral,
consideration of.
consideration of demolition. Minor adjustment of proposed addition.
Alright.
You might have to say demolition of the one-story existing rear portion or something. Addition of too much might get confusing.
So we have a motion for conceptual approval of proposed changes at the existing original portion and deferral of addition for consideration of demo of existing one-story structure and minor adjustments to proposed design. Right, Bill? Oh, sorry, who could second that? Sorry.
I'll second.
I'm gonna assume that you're both in favor of that, and I am also in favor of that, so the motion passes 3-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that give you enough information?
Yeah, I think so.
Feel
I'll go back.
confident in the next steps.
Yeah, I'll go study the notes, but I think we're gonna have a dead end when it comes to finding out about the actual addition. So, yeah, dig it.
Yeah,
You
even
can
if
just
you
apply for demolition.
Yeah. Like if you can get in the crawl space and see what the floor system looks like, or if you can peek in the crawl space and find any evidence of old brick, then
Kind of some images of the old board joists, but
If you apply for demolition, then the board will go look at it, and I think I'll probably agree with you.
So I really think that if you try to raise that and then build on top of it, you're creating enormous headaches for yourself.
I think it was, we were just trying to maintain the uniformity of what it is now. But
Thank you for doing that.
You just missed it.
Yeah, I missed the very
But
last
but you said you can make a motion to adjourn now. Agenda item 32 North Market Street. Take it away. Actually, no, sorry, Frankie. I've forgotten my job. Oh, my God.
North Market Street, in Borough Council District 8 is in category 4. Circa 1902 to 1844 in the Old Historic District. Requesting conceptual approval for removal of non-historic brick stairs at the corner of North Market and East Bay Street for the installation of new accessible lift and new stairs. Oh, sorry. Okay, did it fix now? There we go. All right, this is the property's location on Market Street. The existing site photo. Context of market and next up market and sandboard map showing the history of the property. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. I'm Tom Wells. I'm with Simmons Young and Associates. So we've been tasked with looking at this existing building, and the goal of this project, it's pretty small scale overall, but the owner is looking to have an accessible route into his business ultimately. So as Frankie was mentioning, this is at the corner between East Bay and North Market here. You can see on the survey at the lower right corner there, where it's labeled stoop. It's hard to see in this image, but it's about a 10 by 10 section of the building there at the corner. There's no interior scope associated with this. Along with Frankie's context photos, we just wanted to kind of point out a few key pieces along this edge. We've looked at all of our options for this tenant space in terms of getting an accessible route in. And there are a couple entrances off of East Bay, but they do have original steps you can see in the top left, and the dimensions to the property line limit any kind of lift from fitting in there, let alone a ramp. So the existing conditions at the main entrance here, at the corner, the image is at the lower side there. You can see the existing conditions include the non-original brick steps and railings here. There's mismatched materials with the brick coming at a later date and not coming close to what was previously installed. As well as just some functionality issues with the steps being about twice the depth that they should be here. It's just kind of an awkward space. In also the space beside the steps that you can see on the left, on the bottom left image, the owner has issues with people placing trash and other items back there as well. So it's another item that we're looking to hopefully clean up here. So in our research for the building, we found some early documents here. You can see on the top left, this is a sandboard from 1888. We included it just because we thought it was interesting here that it used to be for oysters, produce, and stable. There's an image below it from roughly 1900 showing this same image. And below that is the image from the tornadoes in 1938 after the structure was built. So the Harriet Pickney Home for Sailors and the old Mariners Chapel was built after their original location was damaged in the earthquake in 1886. Roughly 1916, they built the structure that's there today. The middle Sanborn image, you can see that the stairs are not present, but there is a courtyard, which was kind of an interesting find here. And the photo directly below in the center shows that same period as a postcard about 1920 from what we can tell. Showing that there's no infill on the windows on this porch location here and no steps present. And on the far right, you can see the current aerial of what we are discussing today, as well as a matching photo from 2003 here. So on here, you see the existing is on the right, proposed is on the left. We've worked with the existing conditions. The owner wants to keep the tree, the buttress, the window sills, the cast iron boot and gutter all in, and downspout all in place. So we've worked to strategically place the lift where the control panels are all behind the buttress. Try to tuck it away as best as possible. And with this, we are looking at rebuilding the stairs in brick to match the materials, both brick and grout here. We've also looked at the upper landing in terms of extending that upper landing to the face of building here, just to omit the problem of trash collection and everything else. And we're also, another item that we're working with in terms of existing conditions, they do have a long-term lease with one of the carriage companies for the corner for their retail booth that they have out there daily. This slide proposed are on the top, existing on the bottom. You can see that we have reduced the width of the stair slightly to accommodate the lift that's being proposed, as well as making a more regular stair for in terms of tread depth, tread height, in terms of what's standard at this point. We've also worked with a number of items, including the existing building drainage and existing fenestration, avoiding the stone seals beyond the lift itself. And just a couple of axonometrics looking at the proposed and existing, proposed being on the left here. So as mentioned, we feel like this is the least invasive option possible, given that we don't have the room for a ramp, and the other two locations don't accommodate the dimensions required for a lift here. So we are looking to match up materials, make this feel a lot more harmonious with the existing structure here. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
The platform at the front door, rebuilt platform, is that the minimum depth that you need?
You're talking about the depth of the platform at the top of the stair?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've had to pull that out just because we need turnaround clearance for wheelchairs at the top as well.
Okay.
So just another constraint. That's why if I flip back to the plan here, we're proposing to keep the existing doors, but potentially just pin one closed just to help with those tight clearances that we're dealing with here.
My question is purely curiosity. What prompted the owner to make this change?
They are looking at a couple different tenant options, and the tenants are in need of an accessible space for their business. That's just a requirement placed on them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Frankie?
Okay, we just had a couple observations. The stairs are not original to the structure. They're not on the 1955 sandboard, and I could not locate them on the 1973 historic aerial. And this also provides accessible access by altering the newer portions of the structure. We're recommending conceptual approval with a final review by staff of permit documents.
Do you want to respond to or clarify anything in the city staff comments?
All set.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Julie, you want to make a motion?
I think this is great. And I just want to say, I think that guy's the coolest carriage driver now.
Usually there's nobody here on the last.
Especially a meeting this late.
No, our last meeting,
It's so
Eddie
cool that you're
Dover
interested.
talked April into staying as she was recommending.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I think it's
I don't think
awful.
it can go anywhere else.
Wonderful.
One
It's
question.
as good as it gets.
Yeah.
How are they gonna keep just random people from operating the lift and causing problems? We're throwing trash into the lift.
Maybe it's like a bathroom key. You have to go inside to get it.
Well, how do you get in? How do you get in though? You can only get in if you use the lift.
I'm just curious. Good luck with that part.
They'll figure it out. I make a motion for approval,
A second.
for conceptual approval with final review by staff of permit.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff of permit drawings. Do it. Thank you, Laura. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. The motion passes unanimously. I make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Thank you, Laura. All in favor?